When I first saw the job listing, I thought for sure that it was a scam. Night attendant needed. Historic Arcadian hotel. Must be reliable, detail-oriented, and trustworthy. Pays $500 per shift. The rate sounded unreal. Too good to be true, but too good to pass up. Especially considering the state of my bank account. The email response arrived less than a day after I applied. And they attached a quick questionnaire, and then sent a brief email confirming that I had been hired. The day before my first shift, an envelope arrived at my apartment. Inside was a small brass key and a handwritten note. Congratulations and welcome to the Arcadian family. Enclosed is your master key. You'll need this key to let yourself in and access certain parts of the hotel. Enter through the main doors by 10 p.m. for training. Your first shift begins promptly at 11 p.m. Training will be available through the door labeled Staff Only behind the front desk. Please watch all training materials before starting your shift. We appreciate your commitment to rebuilding the legacy of the Arcadian. I'm curious and admittedly a little nervous. I made my way to the hotel that night. The Arcadian Hotel was just as I had imagined. The exterior was a fading memory of elegance. It had worn stone walls, tall windows with exterior spotlights that no longer worked, and brass handrails that were way past due for polishing. I glanced at the clock on my phone, 9:45. The hotel's lobby was huge and open with a grand staircase at the center that split off in two directions as it went up. The floor was polished stone that reflected the light from above in dull patches. It looked clean but not new. More like it had been cleaned many times over a long period without ever being replaced or updated. The ceiling was high with old brass light fixtures and chandeliers hanging down. The glass on them was intact but had lost its shine. The walls were covered in patterned wallpaper that looked faded in places, especially near the corners and edges where it had started to age unevenly. The cleanliness was barely masking the smell of mildew. Welcome to the Tower of Terror, I said to myself. The front desk was long and wooden and stretched across the lobby. It was well kept, but worn along the edges where people would have leaned or set things down over the years. Behind it was a small wooden door with a simple sign that read, Staff Only. Inside the staff room, I found a TV set atop a rolling cart and a row of numbered VHS tapes stacked next to it. The first tape had a label on it in looping script. Arcadian Employee Training, 1953. Next to it was another handwritten note with instructions. Watch all tapes in order. Do not skip ahead. I slid the first tape into the VHS player and turned on the TV. The screen flickered, a hum crackled through the speakers, and then it jumped to life. A video came up which looked in rough shape, clearly a copy of the original 16mm film, but this one looked like a copy of a copy. A cheerful man with a classic transatlantic accent wearing a sharp 1950s suit stood in front of a pristine version of the lobby that I had just walked through. Hello there. Welcome to the Arcadian family, he began. We are delighted to have you on board as a steward of one of New York's finest luxury establishments. His tone was light, upbeat, but he had a strange way of pausing between each sentence just to smile. Let's begin with a few simple procedures to keep our guests safe and happy, he continued. Remember, our guests may at times be unique, but they deserve the utmost courtesy and the finest of service. Now please, follow these essential guidelines. The first few videos went over the basics. Instructions on how to clean, address guests, check-ins and check-outs, when to check the guest log, and where to find supplies. But on the final video, things took a turn for the strange. Congratulations on making it to the end of your training. Attaboy. Now let's cover a few final essentials to keep our guests smiling and keep you right as rain. Listen close now, these pointers are real important. Rule number 1, if the elevator takes you to the basement, do not be alarmed. Simply close your eyes and stand still until it moves back up. No peeking. The man chuckled in a practiced, rehearsed way, as though he had been told to laugh but wasn't sure why. My mind tried to make sense of his words. Why close my eyes? Why would the elevator just randomly take me to the basement? Rule number 2. If you find a guest wandering the halls between 2 and 4 a.m., gently escort them back to their room. Under no circumstances should you allow them near the front doors. Use a firm hand if needed. If they seem upset, simply assure them that it will all be over soon. The hair on the back of my neck stood up and made me look over my shoulder. All of what would be over? The man's smile remained fixed as he went on with the rules. Rule number 3. Do not look into the mirrors after midnight. Our mirrors sure are something else. We wouldn't want you to become disoriented. Rule number 4. Every night count all the keys on the board. Make sure that all your keys are accounted for. Most importantly, there should always be 4 keys marked for the 10th floor. If one of those keys is missing, lock up the lobby doors, turn off the lights, and wait behind the front desk until dawn. Do not attempt to look for it. The 10th floor, I thought. The hotel doesn't even have 10 floors. He proceeded with a few more rules. Rule number 5. Now listen closely, folks. If a gentleman with a yellow umbrella comes in asking, "Do you have a vacancy?" you must politely reply, "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." No matter how upset he gets, stay calm and cheerful. That's the way to keep things running smoothly. Rule number 6. Attention night owls. If you find that key 309 is missing, here's what you gotta do. Whip up a ham and cheese sandwich, gather those supplies from the kitchen, and then head on over to room 309 and give a polite knock. Remember, don't look at them. Just hold out that plate and wait until you hear the door close before you step away. You've got it. Rule number 7. Now let's talk about Ronald, our cleaning ace. He waltzes in and says, "I'm here to clean the mess," to which you'll unlock the custodian closet and let Ronald take it away. If he doesn't give you that magic phrase, then simply say, "No cleaning tonight, Ronald." And don't forget to lock the doors tight after he leaves. That's how we keep everything shipshape. Last but not least, rule number 8. Now listen up, friends. It's important that you remember this. Never, and I mean never, enter the management office. If you happen to find the door slightly ajar, just keep on walking and stick to your business. And if you hear any peculiar sounds coming from inside, don't let your curiosity get the better of you. Simply carry on with your tasks. We want to keep everything peachy keen around here. What the hell? I thought. The next few minutes returned to normalcy. He focused on specifics of the hotel layout, explaining what doors led where and the importance of logging any guest encounters on the shift report. The rules that he had given, though, left me with a bad taste. That'll conclude our training. You're now ready to head on out there and knock it out of the park. Thank you again for your commitment to the Arcadian legacy. Finally finished, I switched off the TV. And by then, it was a little after 11 p.m., so I made my way to the front desk to get a feel for my new workspace. The first part of the night was uneventful. The Arcadian was silent except for a soft fluorescent hum. I completed the tasks in the handbook that they had given me. Account for all the keys, straighten the lobby, wipe down the desk. It was eerie being alone in such a big place, but it was manageable. I settled in behind the front desk, scrolling through my phone and waiting for the night to pass by. At around 1:30 in the morning, the front door of the hotel opened. An old man shuffled into the lobby. He wore a faded custodian uniform that looked like it had seen better days, and I could barely make out the name tag reading Ronald as he got closer. He moved slowly, his feet dragging slightly on the worn carpet. I sat up, my mind scrambling to remember the rules from my first encounter with them. I knew that I had to wait for him to say the phrase that would confirm that he was here for his nightly duties. When he finally reached the desk, he looked up at me with weary eyes and said, "I'm here to clean the mess." A wave of relief washed over me as he said it. I quickly unlocked the custodian closet, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled with the keys. As he pulled out his cart filled with an assortment of cleaning supplies and tools, he glanced at me almost amusingly and asked, "You're new here?" "Yeah, it's my first night." "Any tips?" I replied, eager to learn anything that might ease my nerves. "Oh, stick to the rules and you'll be just fine, kid," he said before wheeling his cart onto the elevator. The elevator doors closed with a quiet thud, leaving me alone again with nothing but the hum. Ronald's words did little to ease my nerves. I was trying to figure out what those rules even mean, and why a hotel would even have rules like that to begin with. When I returned to my desk, I noticed almost immediately a space on the key rack. The key was now missing. The key to room 309. Panic rose in my chest as I rifled through the key rack again, hoping that it was just hiding among the others. "Where the hell did it go?" I muttered to myself, feeling a bead of sweat form on my forehead. I had barely left the desk for more than a couple minutes. Had somebody come in while I was with Ronald, or had I just missed it during my last count? I quickly pulled up my notes, scanning for the rule about the key for room 309. There it was. If key 309 is missing, bring a ham and cheese sandwich to the room and knock. Don't look at them. I sighed, resigning myself to follow the rule. Heading into the kitchen, I was surprised to find it fully stocked, despite the hotel's inactivity. The shelves were lined with canned goods and an impressive amount of fresh ingredients, as if they were prepared for a busy night. I quickly gathered the supplies and assembled a simple ham sandwich. With the plate in hand, I took a deep breath and headed for the elevator. The lights flickered as I pressed the button for the third floor, as though the old hotel was struggling to power both the elevator and the lights at the same time. When the doors opened, I stepped into the hallway and made my way toward room 309. It was so quiet up there that I found myself tiptoeing for some reason, the carpet swallowing what little sound my footsteps made. My heart was pounding by the time that I reached the door. I knocked gently and waited. After a few seconds, I heard movement inside, followed by the slow creak of the door opening. The moment that I heard the door begin to open, I lowered my eyes to the floor. I focused on the green carpet in front of me and on not dropping the plate. A moment later, somebody took a hold of it. I could see only the lower edge of the door and a pair of feet out of the corner of my eye. The plate left my hands, but whoever was standing there didn't immediately close the door. They lingered in the doorway for several seconds. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, afraid that even a glance upward might be a mistake. The silence stretched on long enough that I started wondering if they were testing me, waiting for me to look at them. Eventually, the door closed with a soft click. I let out a breath that I hadn't realized I had been holding, and I turned back toward the elevator without wasting any time. Inside, I felt a brief sense of relief returning to the front desk and having made it through my first 2 run-ins with the rules without anything going wrong. But it didn't last long. Who was that, and what would have happened if I had looked up? What kind of hotel was this? The questions kept circling in my mind as the elevator descended back toward the lobby. For a moment, I just stared at the floor indicator, not understanding what was going on. And then the rule came back to me, the one from the training video. If the elevator takes you to the basement, do not be alarmed. Simply close your eyes and stand still until it moves back up. No peeking. The realization hit me immediately. It was taking me to the basement. No, 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 come on, I screamed as the elevator kept descending. I desperately smashed my hand against the buttons, hitting any floor that would possibly bring me back up. But the elevator didn't stop. Forcing myself to calm down, I remembered the rule and I shut my eyes tightly, clenching my fists at my sides. The elevator dinged and the doors opened, unleashing a rush of cold air and a wet, moldy smell that sent a wave of dread through me. I stood there with my back against the elevator wall, shivering in the cold air. And then I heard something moving. A new smell entered my nose and hit me like a punch to the gut. A putrid smell that filled the air and made me gag despite trying not to move. It was a sickening blend of antiquity and sulfur that seemed to wrap around me, making it hard to breathe. The elevator groaned and I felt it rock slightly, as if something heavy had entered with me. I could feel it, whatever it was, right there in front of me, so close that there was no space left between us. My pulse was racing and my face was wet with tears before I even realized that I was crying. I could feel it staring at me like a predator, silently begging me to open my eyes. What was probably only seconds felt like an eternity of pure horror. And then the elevator chimed and I felt it begin to rise. The slow upward motion lasted only a moment before it stopped with another soft chime. I carefully opened my eyes to find the doors already sliding open, revealing the lobby and the grand staircase just beyond. I ran out of the elevator, wiping tears from my face and heading straight to the front doors, ready to quit on the spot. But as I headed to the doors, I noticed dawn was already breaking outside, and an envelope was sitting on the front desk. I didn't know how the time had passed so quickly, but at the time I didn't care to stick around. I grabbed the envelope and left the hotel, the sunlight feeling like a sweet relief. Hesitantly, I opened the envelope, still sniffling like a child. Inside the envelope was $1,000 cash and a note. Great work on your first shift. As a thank you from management, we have included your pay up front for tomorrow night. If you choose not to return, feel free to keep the money as a courtesy from us, but we hope you do return. You are a valuable addition to the Arcadian Hotel family. Management. At the time, I was fully convinced that I would never return. Back home, though, I paced my small apartment all day, replaying the events of the night and staring at the $1,000 on my coffee table. I wanted to quit. The nightmares and anxiety from that first night were already too much, and something about the place was clearly wrong. But then I thought about my bills, the empty fridge, the weight of my loans pressing in from every direction. Ronald's words looped in my head the whole time. Stick to the rules and you'll be just fine, kid. Maybe I can figure it out, I thought. Maybe I can endure just a little longer, just long enough to make enough to really get ahead. And with the kind of false reassurances that only come in daylight, I decided that I would go back. There was no way whatever I had experienced in the basement was real. My nerves must have gotten the better of me. I'd follow the rules, keep my head down, and keep my eyes on the prize. On my second night, Ronald made his usual appearance, same dull uniform, same shuffle to the front desk and repeating the right phrase. I'm here to clean the mess. I tried to stay out of his way and everything seemed calm, until I noticed that key 309 was missing again. Sticking to the rules, I made my way to the kitchen. It was still stocked with fresh ingredients, which I still couldn't wrap my head around. Who's restocking all this stuff? I thought. But telling myself not to ask or care, I made a simple ham and cheese, and then I took the elevator up to the third floor. The ritual continued as usual. I knocked, kept my gaze down, and I waited. The door creaked open, and this time the person lingered in the doorway even longer than before, clearly waiting for me to make eye contact. I held my ground until I heard the door shut slowly. On my way back, I skipped the elevator altogether. No way was I risking a detour to the basement again. I took the stairs instead, counting each floor down, hoping that nothing else would happen. After night 2 ended without any major surprises, I felt a spark of confidence. You see, just follow the rules, take the stairs down, don't overthink it. Maybe this gig was simpler than I thought. By the time the night 3 rolled around, I showed up feeling a lot more assured and another 500 richer, and convinced that I had the job figured out. A few more nights went by that were mostly uneventful. The only rule that I ran into during that stretch was Ronald showing up to clean. Even without anything like the first night happening again, the nocturnal schedule had my mind in knots. Each night blended into the next until I could barely keep track of what day it was. I wanted to quit, but I had already made more money in a few nights than I did in weeks at any other job that I had worked. But as soon as I settled in for my 6th shift, it became clear that night 6 had other plans for me. Not long after I started my shift, Ronald made his entrance. I felt a bit relieved to see him. There was something reassuring about having somebody else around, even if he wasn't exactly chatty company. But that night, Ronald seemed different. His uniform looked freshly pressed, like he had actually taken care to look sharp, and his usual sluggish walk had turned into a brisk stride. When he reached the desk, he looked at me with a grin and said, "Time to get this place spick and span." I froze. Ronald had always said the same phrase without fail. My mind scrambled, trying to remember what the rules said about this. He kept staring, his grin unwavering, eyes locked on me like he was waiting for something. And then it hit me. "No cleaning needed tonight, Ronald." As soon as I said that, his smile fell and his expression darkened. Through gritted teeth, he repeated his phrase. "It's time to get this place spick and span." With adrenaline beginning to pump through my body and my heart rate increasing, I repeated with a shaky voice, "No cleaning needed tonight, Ronald." It came out sounding more like a question than a statement, but he backed away slowly, staring at me with contempt until he had reached the door. I waited until he was gone and I locked it tight behind him. His strange behavior, his creepy demeanor, wide smile, fresh clothes. What was wrong with him? What's wrong with this whole place for that matter? I thought that I had figured out the job, but now I wasn't so sure. I began to question if I'd really be able to handle whatever else this hotel had in store. The newfound confidence that I had felt was fading fast. That night, I decided it was time to get a better sense of the place. I thought that maybe exploring a bit would help me get a better grasp of it all or provide me with some logical answers. Armed with my master key, I left the desk behind and wandered down the corridors. Being the only person in a giant hotel felt unnatural and uncanny. I passed rows of tarnished brass fixtures and faded wallpaper, and other remnants of luxury that no longer had anybody to impress. On the 2nd floor, I found the ballroom, a huge, echoing space that seemed frozen in time. Dust coated every surface, and a once sparkling chandelier hung above, its crystals now clouded and covered in cobwebs. I ran my hand along the edge of a table covered in a fine layer of dust, probably the first person to have touched it in decades. For a moment, I tried to imagine what the place must have looked like in its heyday. As I continued my tour, I noticed that most rooms unlocked easily with the master key, but a few doors oddly wouldn't budge. I tried the key, jiggling it and pushing, but it was as if these doors were meant to stay closed, resisting every attempt to pry them open. As I moved up to the 7th floor, I passed a particular room, room 713, that made me stop in my tracks. I could hear a soft voice from inside. I froze, straining to listen. The voice was faint but unmistakably frantic. Somebody was in there. As I drew closer to the door, the voice abruptly stopped. My breath caught and I took a step back, every instinct telling me to leave. As I backed away, I heard heavy footsteps stomp up to the door and stop. With my back against the hallway wall, I stood staring at the door. I knew whoever was inside now was looking at me through the peephole. My mind told me to move, but my feet didn't respond right away. I thought that I saw the doorknob twitch, just the faintest movement, as though somebody inside was reaching for it. Nope, I said to myself and hurried down the hall, leaving the floor entirely. I tried later to convince myself that it was my imagination, but I knew what I heard. Either way, I had no desire to stick around and find out. After exploring the 8th floor, I made my way up to the 9th, which looked just like the others, dimly lit and lined with old doors. With not much else to look at, I decided that I had seen enough for one night. The thought of a long journey down the stairs back to the lobby loomed ahead, but it felt like a welcome return to familiarity. As I turned to head toward the stairwell, I caught a glimpse of myself in a mirror mounted on the wall. Looking at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but notice how tired and beat down I looked. As I was examining myself, almost looking at myself with pity, I saw something else in the mirror. Behind me, down the hall, I saw someone else. A figure standing far behind me at the other end of the hall, peeking at me from around the corner. My body seemed to freeze and withdraw inward, like everything non-essential was being shut down as fear washed over me. I whipped around, but the hallway was empty. I turned back to the mirror and there it was again. The figure was still there, peeking at me from around the corner. It was too far down the hallway to make out any of its features, but it was unmistakable. In that moment, I remembered the rule. Don't look into any mirrors after midnight. And checking my phone, there it was, 1:23 a.m. I burst through the doors of the stairwell and made my way down the 9 flights of stairs as quickly as I could. Finally back at my desk, I sank into the chair, my heart still racing and my breath heavy from the frantic dash down the stairs. I decided to stay put for the rest of the night, unwilling to venture out again. The hours crept by slowly, but the rest of the night was thankfully uneventful. The sun was beginning to rise, and with my shift over, I clocked out, a fresh 500 envelope in hand. Relief flooded over me as I thought about the safety of the morning outside and another night successfully in the books. As I was turning to leave, though, I noticed something. An error, a mistake. Key 309 had been missing and I never noticed it. I never brought the guest of room 309 a ham sandwich. Yet with morning breaking and my shift officially over, I shrugged it off, telling myself that it was too late to go back now. When I finally got home, I was exhausted. I collapsed onto my bed, desperate to catch some sleep after the long night at the hotel. But sleep never comes easily after working the night shift. The unnatural hours played tricks on my body, even with blackout curtains pulled tight against the early morning light. I tossed and turned, restless and unable to fully escape the haunting images of the night. The figure in the mirror, Ronald's strange appearance, and the voice in the room. I knew something was seriously unexplainable and unnatural with the place, but I couldn't let go of the money. The job finally allowed me to catch up on bills and start paying down my loans, which was a huge victory amid the growing unease. For the pay, there could be worse jobs than a haunted hotel, I thought. With little sleep accomplished, I begrudgingly pulled myself up and got ready for another shift, bracing myself for whatever the night would throw my way. When I arrived at the hotel for my shift, a note was waiting for me on the desk. "We would like to take a moment to address an important matter regarding your recent shift. It has come to our attention that the guest in room 309 did not experience the high level of service that we strive to provide. As you know, adhering to our established rules and protocols is vital for ensuring an exceptional experience for our guests, safeguarding the esteemed reputation of the Arcadian Hotel, and maintaining your own safety. We would like to remind you the importance of following the rules. In light of this, we would urge you to avoid the kitchen at all costs for the next 24 hours. Additionally, we're pleased to announce that the hotel will soon undergo renovations as part of our commitment to restoring the grandeur of the Arcadian Hotel. The Arcadian Hotel will be preparing for a new grand opening in the coming weeks. Thank you for your dedication to the legacy of the Arcadian. Management. As I read through the letter, a surge of anger bubbled within me. "It's just a damn ham sandwich," I muttered under my breath. And what did they mean by my safety? Avoid the kitchen, I mean why? A wave of annoyance and confusion washed over me as I replayed the past few nights in my head. I want to quit right there on the spot out of frustration. But every time I was ready to quit, the money made me hang on just a little longer. Just enough to really make a difference in my life and finally be ahead. And just as I was stewing in my frustration, Ronald shuffled in back to his usual shabby self. He came in a little earlier than usual, but I didn't think much of it at the time. He moved through the lobby without stopping. He gave me the same line that he always does and went straight toward the custodial closet, like he had somewhere specific to be. "I'm here to clean the mess," he said. As Ronald was getting his cleaning supplies ready, I finally worked up the courage to approach him. "Hey Ronald, can I ask you something? What was with you last night? You seemed different. And what's the deal with all these rules? What are they really for?" At my words, Ronald shot me a sharp look that cut me off, his expression darkening. "Listen, kid," he said, his voice low and serious. "Don't go looking for answers. Don't ask questions, just do your job and follow the rules. Collect your money and keep your head down. It's for your own good." His eyes darted quickly around the room and I caught a hint of fear in them. He then turned away whistling a tune and he went on about his duties. I checked the key rack while he worked. Everything was accounted for. I decided to do it slower now to make it less likely that I'll miss one again. I wrote all the rules down on a notepad. I didn't trust myself to remember them the way that I thought I could. Around 1 in the morning, I heard noise coming from the kitchen. It wasn't subtle, something metallic hit the floor hard enough that I looked up from the desk. I was about to stand up before I remembered the note from management. Avoid the kitchen at all costs for the next 24 hours. The sound came again a moment later, louder this time, followed by crashing, like something had been knocked off a counter and dragged across the room. Then there was the sharp break of plates hitting tile, not just one or two, but several in quick succession, like something was tearing through the kitchen without any care for what it was destroying. After a while, it quieted down. It seemed like whatever was ransacking the kitchen tired itself out or it finally found what it was looking for. Just after 1 a.m., a man walked into the hotel wearing a Hawaiian shirt, carrying a leather bag in one hand and a yellow umbrella in the other. He paused just inside the entrance, shook the umbrella out over the floor and then closed it and let out a small sigh. "Ooh-wee," he said, glancing around the lobby. "Sure is a soaker out there tonight." The sight of the umbrella brought the rule back into my mind immediately. I reached for my notebook even though I didn't need to. I've started checking it more often now, even when I'm fairly certain that I remember, just to avoid mixing anything up. And sure enough, Rule 5, if a gentleman with a yellow umbrella comes in asking, "Do you have a vacancy?" you must politely reply, "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." No matter how upset he gets, stay calm and cheerful. I kept the notebook open on the desk as he approached. He set his leather bag down and stopped in front of me, still wearing a friendly expression. "Do you have a vacancy?" he asked. I'm sorry, I said, keeping myself steady. We have no vacancy. He nodded slowly like he was processing that and then gave a small laugh. Oh, come on, son, he said. Surely you've got something. I don't take up much space, wouldn't even know that I was here. I glanced down at the notebook again and then back up. I'm sorry, I repeated. We have no vacancy. He kept smiling, but it started to look more deliberate than before. He leaned slightly closer. You don't want to send a man back out in weather like this, do you? He stood back up straight and gave a small chuckle. Now, one room, please. I repeated the line again, trying my best to sound calm and cheerful despite my growing nervousness. I'm sorry, we have no vacancy. The friendliness drained out of his face for a moment. Then almost carefully, he lifted the corners of his mouth again. For a second, it looked like we were both standing there following different sets of instructions that didn't quite fit together. He stood at the desk and now tapping his finger. I could tell that he was considering his next words. Before he could speak again, I repeated the phrase again, just like the rules had said. I tried to sound polite, but it came out sounding more sheepish than I intended. I'm sorry, we have no vacancy. And that was when his expression changed fully. He placed both hands on the counter and looked down, shaking his head. When he looked back up, he wasn't smiling anymore. He looked angry. Angry enough that for a moment I thought he was going to reach behind the desk and grab me. He turned away and knocked over a chair, pushing it hard enough that it scraped across the floor. And then he walked further into the lobby and knocked over one of the small tables near the seating area, sending the lamp on it crashing down. He moved between the furniture as he went, knocking things aside as he passed. His voice raised now as he muttered under his breath. I couldn't make out anything that he was saying, but as he moved through the lobby, I caught fragments of it. No vacancy, he muttered once, and then a little louder. That's not how it's supposed to go. He said something else that I didn't catch clearly, something about hospitality and standards. When he finally turned back toward the entrance, he didn't say anything else to me. He just walked out the same way that he came in, still holding the umbrella in his hand, the leather bag hanging low at his side. I waited until the doors shut behind him. The second they closed, I was already out from behind the desk, moving faster than I thought I could. I reached the doors and locked the first bolt and then the second, rechecking both afterward even though I knew I had just locked them. I cleaned the lobby and put all of the furniture the man had knocked over back in its place. I stayed behind the desk for a while without moving much and just watching the front of the lobby and listening to the sound of the air conditioning turning on and off. At some point, I stopped paying attention to anything in particular. My head kept dropping forward and I would catch myself, straighten up and try to stay awake. Eventually, I stopped catching myself. At some point, I woke up, snapping upright with that immediate disorientation where you forget where you are for a second and then it all comes back in pieces. I stayed still for a moment until it settled, and then I wiped my face and sat up straighter behind the desk. The clock read just after 3 a.m. Just a few more hours, I thought. I looked around the lobby to get my bearings again, the desk, the key rack, the front doors. Everything was where it was supposed to be. I did a double take on the keys though when something looked out of place. One of the keys to the 10th floor was missing. Oh shit, I said, getting up too fast and pushing the chair back as I went over to the rack. I checked underneath it first and then along the floor, thinking maybe that it had slipped off or gotten caught somewhere when I was counting them earlier. I went back over the hooks one by one slower this time, actually touching each space to make sure that I wasn't missing it. And then I crouched down and checked under the desk, along the baseboards and even behind the front counter, thinking maybe that it had slipped off or fallen when I wasn't paying attention. I moved out into the lobby next, scanning the floor around the seating area, under the tables and along the edges of the walls, even near the front doors where things usually ended up if they got knocked loose. I checked the rug by the stairs, the space behind the planter, the corners where dust and loose things tended to collect. I kept thinking that I would find it sitting somewhere obvious, and that I would feel stupid for panicking. But it wasn't there. I went back to the desk and pulled the notebook toward me. Rule number 4. Every night count all the keys on the board. Make sure that all the keys are accounted for. Most importantly, there should always be 4 keys marked for the 10th floor. If one of those keys is missing, lock up the lobby doors, turn off the lights, and wait behind the front desk until dawn. Do not attempt to look for it. I closed my eyes in frustration and slammed the notebook down. "Well, that's great, I already looked for it, so now what?" I said louder than I meant to, angry at the page in front of me like it was supposed to respond. All right, this is okay, this is fine, just wait behind the counter, no problem," I said under my breath, trying to pull it back together. I went straight to the lobby lights and shut them off one by one, muttering to myself about being done with this job the whole time that I did. When everything was dark, I used my phone light to make my way back behind the front desk to wait for dawn. I wasn't exactly thrilled to be sitting in the dark, but eventually I settled back in to wait for dawn. My lack of sleep was catching up on me and I began to doze back off. But the sound of the elevator chime made me jump. The red down arrow on the indicator began to pulse and a low hum filled the shaft. Each flash of light cut through the lobby for a moment before disappearing again. I stayed behind the front desk, watching it and realizing that someone was coming down. The elevator beeped again and stopped at the lobby. I didn't wait to see it properly. I ducked down behind the desk so I was out of sight, keeping my head low and my eyes on the floor. The doors opened. I heard them close again after a few seconds and the room returned to darkness. It moved away from the elevator slowly. Its cadence was hard to describe, a mix of dragging and something like stumbling forward, with brief pauses in between. It kept coming, passing the seating area and then moving into the open space in front of the desk. I stayed still behind the counter, but I could hear it getting closer without needing to see it. It stopped directly in front of the desk. For a moment, there was silence, and then I heard it above me on the counter itself. I could hear the front desk creaking and groaning under the weight of it. It reached the edge of the desk above me and stopped. And then something heavy dropped down behind the counter, right next to where I was hiding, landing with a loud, wet thud. A pathetic mix of a gasp and a scream left my mouth. I didn't think about it. I stood up immediately and I ran to the first door that I could find. I reached it, pulled it open and got inside, and slammed it shut behind me before locking it. I stood with my hands against the door, a mix of fear and a brief sense of safety coming from the locked door between me and whatever that thing was. I looked down at my feet and saw an old green carpet beneath me, worn flat in patches like it had been walked on for years. I realized then that it was a room that I had never been in. I realized then that in my haste, the door that I had chosen was the management office. Rule number 8 immediately came to the front of my mind. In my fear and panic, I had ignored everything else. Every rule that I had been carefully following up to that point, I had run on primal instinct. But now that I was behind the door and nothing was immediately chasing me, complex thought returned all at once. Rule number 8. It's important that you remember this. Never, and I mean never, enter the management office. If you happen to find the door slightly ajar, just keep on walking and mind your business. And if you hear any peculiar sounds coming from inside, don't let your curiosity get the better of you. Simply carry on with your tasks. I stood there for a moment, my hand still on the knob, afraid to look, and waiting for something to happen. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I remember thinking that it would not just be nothing. But when nothing came, I slowly turned around. I half expected to see someone or something behind me. Hell, maybe some type of demon or maybe a room full of the hotel's past victims. Instead, there was only a plain desk pushed against the wall, a dim desk lamp switched on, and a row of surveillance screens mounted above it. The screens showed the lobby, the hallways, the stairwell, the elevator, everywhere. The office was quiet and empty. I stood there trying to understand why a room like this existed. It was strange even seeing screens at all, something so modern and ordinary compared to everything else in the hotel. I stepped forward to get a closer look. The desk had a thick book sitting open on top of it. I looked down at it and started reading. It was a logbook of times and activities, my activities. I flipped through the pages and found all of my nights recorded there. Everything that I had experienced and done. Every instance where I had followed a rule or failed to follow one. Logging the state of the hotel. Situations that felt terrifying and traumatic to me were reduced to short, clinical entries in the logbook. It wasn't just my activities either. As I kept going back through the book, I realized that it had been recording attendance long before me as well. Different names and different shifts. The same kinds of entries repeated with slight variations. My attention shifted forward though to the most recent entries. Yellow umbrella guest enters lobby. Attendant denies vacancy per protocol. Guest escalation begins. Lobby disturbance recorded. Guest exits premises. Front door secured. Attendant falls asleep behind front desk. Attendant wakes. 10th floor key discrepancy detected. Searching for missing key initiated against protocol. Attendant attempts to regain Rule 4 compliance. Lights off, lobby secured. Elevator activation detected. Upper floor guest enters the lobby. Attendant disobeys Rule 4. Abandons instructed position behind the desk. Attendant disobeys Rule 8. Enters management office. The final entry caught my attention, and for a moment I just stared at it. I felt a coldness run through me that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. I remember standing there completely still, unable to look away, with the strange and immediate sense that I wasn't alone. I stood up straight, backing away from the desk. The feeling of being watched wasn't subtle, and it didn't build gradually the way that fear usually does. It was just there, complete, like a conclusion I had arrived at without understanding why or how. In that moment, I made a decision without really thinking it through. I was going to leave. Not walk out carefully, not collect anything, not try to understand what any of it meant. I was going to get out of the office, make it back to the lobby, and go straight for the front doors without stopping for anything. I turned and moved for the door, fast now, not allowing myself to look back. I swung it open, expecting that thing to be waiting for me. I readied myself for a mad dash through the dark lobby. But when I swung open the door, the lobby was exactly as it had always been. The lights were on, the air conditioning hummed. Everything looked completely normal. I quickly walked out of the office instead of running, and something in me broke slightly as I crossed back into the space. It was something close to anger mixed with disbelief, betrayal, and exhaustion. The feeling of being pushed past the point where fear had anything useful left to offer. "I'm done," I yelled, my voice echoing loudly in the large space. "You hear me? I'm done. I quit." And I didn't wait for anything after that. I just left the hotel and made my way back to my apartment, looking over my shoulder the whole way and jumping at every sound. When I finally got inside, I was completely drained. I don't remember much after that. I just collapsed and fell asleep. A knock at the door woke me up later. I got up and looked through the people, but all I saw was the end of somebody at the far end of the hallway. I only caught them for a second before they turned the corner and disappeared. I stood there for a moment and then slowly opened the door to find an envelope waiting on the floor. Inside was $500 cash and a final handwritten note. We would like to take a moment to thank you for your wonderful service here at the Arcadian Hotel. We truly appreciate the effort and care that you've shown during your time with us. Enclosed is your final payment. Don't go spending it all at once. After careful review of recent rule compliance, we regret to inform you that your service to the Arcadian Hotel has come to an end. We will of course be moving forward with the selection of a new night attendant to continue upholding our high standards of hospitality. We want to sincerely thank you for your contribution to the Arcadian legacy. And of course, thank you for always remembering that at the Arcadian, hotel matters are private matters, as part of the spirit of good hospitality. Management. The rules of the dice are pretty straightforward. The higher the number, the greater the luck. Double sixes is the golden result, obviously, but you won't be punished or penalized for a roll of double ones. I mean, their effect will be so marginal that you may as well not have bothered, but you won't be subject to bad luck as such. Not from the dice, at least. They work better if you have something particular in mind when you roll, and the results have the potential to be noticed immediately, dependent on your focus, of course. So why not roll all the time then? Why not just roll and roll and roll and reap the unending benefits? The answer is that unfortunately, the use of the dice comes at a cost, as you're about to see. Sat in class as I am, watching my schoolmate Reese awkwardly fumble his way through his presentation. I feel the sweat button drip down my back. I shift in my chair, reaching a trembling hand out for a bottle of water to soothe my death-dry throat. I'm terrified. It'll be my turn to go up there soon, to present, to give my presentation to the class. But I'm not ready. I doubt that I'll ever be ready. But hell, I barely even know what I'm going to say. I just kept putting off the preparation, putting it off and putting it off. I glanced to the clock, again, willing the hands to tick by faster, for the lesson's allotted time to run out. This is my worst nightmare. I hate standing up in front of others, I just hate it. But Reese's presentation is winding down. I know it and he knows it. He's answering questions from the class, but the early signs of relief are all there. He's getting ready to check out. How I envy him. Another glance up at the clock. There's time to squeeze in one more presentation, I can tell. I squirm in my seat and try to avoid making eye contact with my teacher. I feel the weight of her roving eyes. Don't pick me, please. Please don't pick me to go up. Don't pick me. I pray silently. But she will, I just know it. I can sense it. Unless... My hand brushes against the shape of the two little cubes in my pocket. My fingers itch. I could do it. I could roll the dice. For something so trivial, Nathan. Are you insane? She might not pick you anyway. And even if she does, so what? You think anybody here is going to remember your presentation in a week's time? I'm sure you prepared enough as it is. All very logical thoughts. Very logical indeed. Entirely worthless though, of course. Meaningless in the face of my impending panic. Reinforced with an army of anxiety. They fly the banner of fear, and it is fierce. Reese, with an almost audible sigh of relief, has finished his presentation. The tension in the class breaks way into a polite round of applause. And now it's my chance. Now is my chance if I'm going to take it. So I hastily reach into my pocket and draw from it the dice. They are carved of a reddish wood and only ever so slightly heavier than they look. I raise them to the desk in a shaking hand, and I roll. They tumble across the papers before me on the table, and I stare down at them, jaw clenched. Jumping from number to number, they quickly start to settle. They land. A 3 and a 4. A 7 then. Not bad, not bad. I brace, and I wince with the expected pain. The human ability to forget is a fascinating thing, entirely necessary, I would suspect, for aid in forgiveness and in general trauma, but a hindrance too, at times. How often have you awoken in the morning as a wreck, fumbling and staggering to the curtains as your head pounds in bitter frustration? Tonight, you tell yourself, tonight will be the night that I change my ways. Tonight I will go to bed early, I promise. And how often have you broken that promise? By nightfall, of course, as we so often do, we have forgotten how we felt in the morning. My own memories of the pain of the dice and more are returned to me in this moment. I sweat and fight to remain as still and as inconspicuous as possible, and I feel the process beginning, as I feel my flesh begin to slice. It's not as dramatic as I'm making it sound. They're like long, thin paper cuts really, but how do they hurt? The first 3 comes more or less together, and it's difficult to identify their sources, but the 4th is clear. I feel it down my side. Again, difficult to tell without looking, but it feels a couple of inches long at least. The 5th cut slices along the side of my left foot, and I clench my toes in pain. Cut 6, I can feel tear through the upper layers of skin on the back of my neck, and the 7th drags across my chest, as if I'm being carved up by the tip of a sharpened blade. I breathe through my nose, controlling my breathing as best I can. Some of those will have drawn blood, I know. Perhaps not a lot, but they'll still show up clear on my white shirt if they have. The uniform policy here is relatively strict, but it's the final lesson of the day, and I can probably get away with putting my coat on to cover, just as long as I'm not called up to the front, just as long as I'm not called up to perform my presentation. I stow away the dice and glance up to my teacher, heart pounding. Her eyes meet mine and my pulse jumps wildly, but her scanning continues. There's time for one more, I think, she says as Reese settles back into his seat. Alicia, let's hear yours. I slump back into my chair with relief, wincing a little as the freshly formed scar on my back rubs up against the chair's hard plastic. I cautiously lean forwards to draw on my coat as my heart rate starts to come down. Yeah, I was an idiot for using the dice for such a mundane occurrence, but what's done is done. They've saved me again. I won't blow this opportunity. My presentation will be ready by tomorrow, and I'll be prepared. I never used to bring the dice to school. It seemed a foolish thing to do. They've been in my possession for around a year now, but for the first 10 months I used them pretty much exclusively at home in my room, sparingly and fleetingly, for only the most important of moments. The scars typically fade after about a month or so, provided that they're not too deep, and aside from a couple on my face that I do explain away, and one particularly unfortunate use of the dice which saw 3 of the cuts appear on the same wrist, they haven't caused me much trouble. I cringe now as I recall that latter memory. I was wearing long sleeves at the time, but one of them came down and my mom saw the result. As with the scars on my face, I managed to explain them all away, but that was still a difficult conversation. A difficult conversation indeed. But yeah, as I said, aside from those rarities, typically no one notices the scars. I'm careful around my family. And hey, it's not like any girls are going to be seeing me without my clothes on anytime soon. I'm 16, but I'm a loser, really. They're not interested in me. I don't blame them, but it's still frustrating. I shouldn't complain. I have a small but good group of friends. All dudes, of course, but hey, I have more than many and it could be worse. I pull my coat a little tighter around my shoulders as I trudge through the slush-like snow on my way home. My breath fogs and a little cloud around my mouth. I started bringing the dice to school about 2 months ago, after a bad altercation with our resident prick. He's a bully, I guess. Not in the beat you up and take your lunch money sense of the word, but he seems to love to exert his dominance. He's about a half-foot taller than everybody else and he just doesn't give a crap. He doesn't care about anything and that gives him a certain power. His name's Dean and he picks on me because I'm an easy target, and I know it, but only when he can be bothered. The incident in question, however, did actually see him get physical. After a torrent of banterous abuse in the locker rooms, he started making jokes about my sister, to the laughter of all the guys around. I forced myself to laugh too, and I tried to brush it off, to diffuse the situation. I clenched my fist. I hate that I did that. It frustrates me so much to think about it. But it culminated with him shoving me to the ground when I eventually tried to get away. He called me pathetic and laughed some more. It's quite possible that he saw a few of my scars as well, though he didn't mention them at the time. The thought that he might be holding on to the knowledge to weaponize at some later time scares me quite badly. I fume quietly as I approach the little bridge that leads me through the park and back to my house. It's a nice looking thing made of stone and it overlooks a rushing stream, one that goes much faster than it appears, they tell me. Underwater currents or something. The water level is higher than normal right now thanks to the melting snow, and it calms me down just stopping for a moment and looking over the edge, down at the rippling water. I breathe. I started bringing the dice to school after that incident with Dean. I used them occasionally to ensure that I would be lucky enough to avoid him, or that he would simply not take any interest in taunting me in that particular day, if I suspected he was in an irritable mood. And they've served me pretty well so far. An echo of a sting across my side reminds me of the cost, and I sigh as I stuff my hands into my pockets and continue on home. I barely sleep that night. Worries about Dean and about my presentation swirl malevolently around in my mind, blurred with dreams about a girl that I have a crush on, a girl in my year called Louise. Embarrassingly, I've used the dice on her in the past too. I only rolled a 5, but that same day the seating plan in our history class was changed, and she ended up being seated next to me. We chat occasionally in those lessons. She has a boyfriend in the year above, but whatever. C'est la vie. It's pretty common knowledge that Dean likes her too, so I get a perverse sense of satisfaction, knowing that she likely talks to me more than she talks to him. Could be one of the reasons that he hates me so much, I don't know. He probably doesn't hate me at all. He certainly won't spend as much time worrying about me as I do him. School life. It sure is shit. I awake the next morning with a cluttered and chaotic mind, and even after a night preparing my presentation, I still worry. I still fear that it isn't enough. So with the behavior of an addict, before I've even brushed my teeth, I grab the dice from my side table, and I roll them across the floor. A 5 and a 6, a mighty 11. I cry out a little in pain as these scars are sliced across my skin. One cuts right through a scar from the previous afternoon, and fresh blood starts to leak down my side. Another cuts up the back of my neck just behind my ear, and another slices down the side of my pelvis. God's sake, I mutter through gritted teeth as I ride out the pain. I have to stop doing this, I have to stop. I'm using them too much, like way too much. As the day progresses, however, they do nonetheless seem to pay off. My presentation goes fantastically. I'm selected to go first and it goes without a hitch. No one seemed to notice or care about my nerves. I spoke with easy flow and I didn't forget a thing. And to top it off, the person who presented after me ended up sneezing mid-speech and snorted a load of snot all over their papers, much to the amusement and disgust of everybody in the class. I knew in that moment that my presentation had already left the minds of my peers. There was no need to be self-conscious. I could breathe and relax. My luck didn't stop there either. Louise was moved into my science class. Not only that, but she was seated right next to me again. She was quieter than usual though. Something seemed to be off. And so, riding high on the success of my presentation, I actually spoke to her human to human. Not in a weird, simpy way. I actually asked her what was wrong, and it was genuine. She glanced at me, eyes wet, and I realized that she was on the edge of crying. "I broke up with Matt," she murmured quietly, sniffling and wiping her eyes. Her boyfriend, Matt. My heart leapt with an accompanying rush of emotions. I felt bad for her, sure, of course I did. But damn, what an opportunity. And hell, did I do this? Was I responsible for this turn of events and given my roll of the dice? I can't be certain. Surely the dice couldn't end a relationship at the drop of a hat. Surely. They create good luck. Only good. Right? I push these ethical concerns aside and I take the opportunity. I'm unlikely to be in possession of such a burst of confidence again anytime soon, so I have to make the most of it. I talked to her the entire lesson, and by lunch, she had added me on Snapchat. She has added me. There is hope then. Over the course of the next week, we become closer. I can barely believe that it's happening, but it is. I'm actually getting to know her. I used the dice a couple more times too. The first roll is low and it's hard to tell what effect they might have had. But the second roll, it generates a 10. And that very same day, Luis's two best friends are both forced to miss school. They're sick apparently. And Louise asks me on a whim if I want to spend lunch with her instead. My pulse races with excitement. Hell, I should have done this sooner. Use the dice in such a way, this is brilliant. We spend the whole of lunch just talking, though at one point she playfully punches me on the arm, and I have to fight back a sharp spread of sudden pain as her fist connects with a series of crisscross scars beneath the sleeve. I'm reminded, as I often am, that my actions are foolish and short-sighted, but I can't help it. They cut me some slack, I just can't help it. What's a little pain in the face of such a dramatic improvement in quality of life? It's towards the end of this first week when I overhear Louise talking about a party that she's having at the weekend. A party. I've never been to a party before, not a proper one with alcohol and stuff. We're in history class and she's talking to a girl that sits on the table behind us about it. My mouth is at once completely dry. "Invite me," I urge, channeling my willpower. "Come on, please, invite me." I think about telling the guys that I've actually been invited to a house party. The house party of a popular girl. They'll flip. But I'm getting ahead of myself. "Come on, Louise," I think, "just invite me. This is my chance to make myself. Please invite me." All sorts of crazy shit happens at parties. Maybe I'll get a chance to try and kiss her. She turns back to me after a minute with a smile, but there's no invite. I think about mentioning it. "So you're having a party this weekend, sounds fun." But it's too obvious and it's too desperate. The class goes by and it ends the way that it started, with no invite. I think you know where this is going by now. I promised myself that I would cut down, but I can't. Just one more roll. and there's only one class left in the day and Luis isn't even in it. I'm usually quite careful with the dice, but this time I just wait with agitation for the masses to disperse. A quick glance to either end of the corridor and I crouch down by the wall. I fumble for the dice and I roll. Get me invited to Luis's party, please. The dice clatter and bounce across the wall. Ideally, Dean won't be there either. Come on, dice, do your thing. They land. A 6. I chew my tongue. Will it be enough? I suppose that I could always try rolling again. I cringe as the first of the scars start to slice its way down my thigh, another up my spine and another across my hip. Hopefully they won't be deep. I look up from the dice to the end of the corridor, and my blood freezes in my veins. Dean stands silent, watching in confusion. His shadow is long beneath the flickering buzz of the overhead lights. He looks from the dice to me and his eyes widen. He stares in surprise as the thin scar of an invisible blade cuts from the edge of my jaw and down the side of my neck to my collar. And Dean watches in growing alarm as these scars slices its way down my jaw and neck, and all I can do is stare back in frozen panic. A couple of these cuts definitely draw blood, but I barely even notice. I've never seen him like this before. He's always so sure of himself. He opens his mouth as if he's about to call out to me down the hall, but a teacher appears suddenly from around the corner on the opposite side of the corridor. Dean, he barks, snapping his fingers. Don't make me tell you again. Get to your next class. Dean's eyes flicker over to the teacher and I grab the dice, hastily stuffing them into my pocket and stumbling to my feet, half walking and half running away and out of sight. Oi! The teacher shouts after me, but I don't think he saw who I was. I'm certainly not going back to find out. I push through the door into my final lesson of the day, apologize for my lateness and shakily settle down into my seat, pulling up my collar to hide my latest cut. A trickle of blood runs down my wrist and I hastily try to wipe it away. My friend who sits beside me whispers over, Nathan, you alright, mate? You don't look so good. All I can do is nod and smile weakly in response. Dean saw. The worst person who could possibly see me use the dice saw me use the dice. What shitty luck. How delightfully ironic. I can barely focus through the class. I can't stop fretting and worrying and glancing to the door. I'm half expecting him to burst right through at any moment, but he doesn't, of course. The dice do pay off, though. The 6 that I rolled was sufficient and it happened. Louise bumps into me on the way out of school. She doesn't live too far away from me, but she gets her parents to pick her up. I prefer to walk. It's by the gates that she sees me, and it's as if a light bulb goes off in her head when our eyes meet. Nathan, oh, I'm glad that I caught you actually. I can't believe that I forgot to ask. I'm having a party tomorrow. Do you want to come? The elation that I should be feeling is overshadowed by the impending sense of dread that now haunts me. I force a grin though and tell her that I would love to come. She seems pleased. Great, I'll see you then. Wear something nice, she says playfully as she waves and disappears into her parents' car. I consider this phrase as I walk home, searching for some secret meaning within it. Wear something nice. It gives me something pleasant to think about, at least, and it's not a particularly free-spirited walk home. By the time that I've reached the bridge that I must have glanced over my shoulder a dozen times or more, anxiously looking out for Dean. Does he know where I live? No, that's ridiculous. No, why would he? I think about using the dice that evening, but there's little point really. I've used them far too much these past few days. I'll survive without them. I can survive for one night. Saturday, I spend preening and preparing. I sneak into my sister's room and borrow some of her makeup to cover up the more noticeable scars. It's a practice that I've gained some experience in these last couple of weeks. I have to be subtle though, of course. The makeup might end up being harder to explain than the cuts if I don't get it just right. The hours fly by. The time at which I'm due to head over to Luis's draws closer and closer. The little wooden dice sit tantalizingly on my desk, and my fingers itch every time that I pass them by. You don't need them, Nathan. You can do this without them. Everybody else on Earth manages, and you can too. You don't need them, you don't need them. I look at myself in the mirror about 100 times over the course of the day. Ridiculous, I know. But I don't know when or if I'm going to get a chance like this again. I need to make a good impression. My parents think that I'm just going to stay over at a friend's. My alcohol is hidden at the bottom of my bag, and it clinks softly and subtly as I hastily shout goodbye from the front door and push on out into the night. The dice, as small as they are still a very comforting weight in my pocket. Yeah, I brought them. I haven't used them yet. I resisted the urge, but I couldn't leave them at home either, not on a night like this. I just couldn't. So I decided at the last second to grab them off my desk and bring them along. You know, just in case. My heart pounds as I approach her door, almost to the beat of the muffled music that I can hear within the walls. Hey, you've got this, I think to myself. You've got this. I knock, and the door swings open. The party begins pretty much how I had expected it to. People laughing and drinking in relatively low levels of light, music blaring. Kids are actually talking to me, they're listening to what I have to say. It's going actually pretty well. I've barely seen Louise though. I guess she must be busy as the host and all, but I have no idea how I'm supposed to approach her in an environment such as this. There's no protocol, none that I know of anyway. So for now, I just drank. It's a good strategy as any, I suppose. Can after can. A few hours in, and I find myself wandering from room to room, walking through the main area at the front of the house. No beer pong set up anywhere, but then maybe that's just an American TV thing. Lots of raucous-looking card games going though. Nathan! I hear from somewhere behind me. I turn from left to right looking. Nathan! I hear again. It's Louise's voice, and I see her sat in a circle with a group of others. She waves at me. Hey, Louise! I call back, stepping closer. Hey, guys. I realize two things in rapid succession as I approach. Number one is that there's a bottle in the middle of the circle, empty. Spin the bottle. Holy shit, they're playing Spin the Bottle. This is it, Nathan, this is what you were hoping for. Oh, don't chicken out, mate. You can do this. You can do it. And number two, my mood and my confidence drops almost instantly as I realize the power of the 6 that I rolled on the dice has only gone so far. As Dean, to my dismay, is amongst the crew. He's clearly on the verge of wasted already. He leers at me, spilling a little of his can onto the floor as he turns. Hey, kiddo, come join the party. Shit. My fingers unconsciously drop to my pocket to feel the comforting shape of the dice tucked away. My body knows what I'm gonna do even before my mind has decided upon it. Yeah, I'll be right back, I call over. Louise raises an eyebrow. What? Come on, Nathan, come play. I pull out my hands and laugh awkwardly as I back away. Honestly, I'll be right back, I promise. And before anybody can say another thing, I've retreated into the crowds, hastily pushing my way through and up the stairs along the corridor, and shutting the bathroom door tight behind me and stumbling a little as I do so. Shoot, Dean's not the only one starting to get drunk here. I grab the sink for balance and I look at myself in the mirror. I look pretty good, I think. Eyes a little bloodshot, but otherwise on form. I dip my head for a gulp of cool water, and then I pull back and crouch to the floor. Dice, I mutter. Dice, don't fail me now. I really need this game of spin the bottle to go well. You know what I'm hoping for. Come on, let's do this. I'm also hoping that the alcohol in my system will dull the pain a little, and I roll. The dice tumble across the bathroom tiles and they land on a rather disappointing result. A 1 and a 2. 3 total. I wince and let out a little cry as the first of the cuts appears on my forearm, slicing through the skin and drawing more blood than I was expecting. Jesus! I murmur, rushing to grab a handful of toilet paper to press against it. The second of the slices that I feel against my right foot. And the third. The third, to my sudden panic, is sliced right across the center of my face. From the edge of one eye, down over my nose and across the opposite cheek. It could not be more obvious. I stare at myself in the mirror as the music pounds downstairs. Sounds like I Don't Care by Justin Bieber and Ed Sheeran, I think. Mundanely and bizarrely. The little rivulets of blood begin to leak down over my skin. No, come on! As my anxiety returns, I start to madly dab away at the cut with the toilet paper. And then I change my mind and wash away the blood with the water. But the blood just keeps coming and I reach for the towel. Are you really gonna bleed all over the host's property, Nathan, after she invited you here? I swear again and bang my fist against my leg in frustration, opting instead for another huge handful of toilet paper. What the hell am I gonna do? I mean, what do I say? I hear voices outside the bathroom door. Somebody calls my name and I ignore it. I can't just go home. My parents would have a whole host of questions as to why I had chosen to abandon my friend in the middle of the night. I didn't even bring a key with me, so I would have to knock on the door, and I'm sure as hell not doing that. Not in this state. I look down at the dice still on the floor. I pick them up before I forget, looking them over, feeling their weight between my fingers. The wood, it feels so good. They're such intricate little things. Maybe I could use them again, go for another roll, risk a couple more nasty scars for a little general luck. It would be just as good a use as rolling for spin the bottle, surely. I slam my hand against my forehead in frustration. Spin the bottle. I'm literally missing the greatest opportunity of my life at this very moment. Just as the stress threatens to overwhelm me, there's an urgent knock at the bathroom door. I hear my name again clearer this time, and it's Luis's voice. As I'm debating whether or not to open up and let her in, I realize that I never even locked the door in the first place, and my decision is made for me. It slams wide open and Luis staggers in, drunk, classic. Nathan, what's taking you? She stops and stares at my face. Oh my God, what the hell happened to you? I don't even know what to say. I sigh and shrug. It was an accident. I manage feebly. Jesus, Nathan, look, come on, come downstairs. There's a med kit in the kitchen. She grabs me by the hand, which actually feels really nice, and she drags me back downstairs. I let her, screw it. There were a few gasps of surprise and even some perverse amusement as I'm led down the stairs and past groups of partygoers on the way to the kitchen. She releases me upon arrival as she crouches down to open up one of the cupboards below the sink. Jesus Christ, Nathan, one of the attendees asks me, what happened to you? As I'm mulling over a response, an irritated Dean stumbles into the room, eyes fixed on Louise as she draws close to me and starts dabbing away at the scar. He laughs loudly and obnoxiously, gesturing to me. Well, look at this guy. That's the face of somebody who's hoping to get lucky tonight. Louise ignores him, but he isn't looking at her now. He's turned to me as if prompted by his own words. He's actually studying my face, and of course, he sees the scar. Fear courses through me. I don't think I've ever been scared of another person as much as I fear Dean in this moment. My legs tense right up, ready to run, if need be. He stumbles drunkenly much closer, putting a hand on the edge of the table for balance. "You did it again, didn't you?" He hisses at me. "Those dice, what do they do, huh? Why do you do that to yourself?" Louise turns and puts herself between us. I'm grateful for her intervention, but it's beyond embarrassing that she feels as if she has to. "Leave him alone, Dean. You said you weren't going to cause any trouble tonight." Dean shakes his head, ignoring the multitude of eyes that are now watching the scene unfold from around the room. He throws out a hand. "You know that he has a hard-on for you, don't you, Louise? He's gagging for it." He turns to me. "What's the deal with your obsession anyway? Did you even bring your sister for the rest of us to play with while you have a crack at your handler here?" Louise shakes her head and swears at him. "You're disgusting, Dean." "Oh, you love it, girl," he snorts. "I don't know why you've taken such an interest in this kid all of a sudden. Is it a pity thing? Is that it?" My skin crawls. This is excruciating. I can feel my face burn from the humiliation. I don't know what to do. "Just leave him alone," Louise shouts. "Why are you defending him? What the hell's gotten into you recently?" he asks angrily, and then his expression changes. Through the drunken clouds comes the ray of realization. I tense up and he looks at me. He cocks his head, narrowing his eyes. "No way," he mutters. "Those dice. There's no way." But I'm not sticking around to watch the cogs and gears of his thought processes start to turn. I move quickly, slipping out and away into the crowd. "Nathan!" he shouts after me, but I ignore him. I run from room to room, keeping low and pushing past as many as I can. The dice will save me. The dice can always save me. I push through the party and stagger out through the back door, much to the amusement of a group of nearby smokers, but I pay them no mind. Stumbling into the shadows by the garden's decking, I stuff my hand into my pocket and grab the dice. "Save me," I beg in a harsh whisper. "I've really screwed tonight up, it would seem. Just get me out of this in the best way possible, please. The way that works the best for me given everything that's happened." Is that too vague? I wonder as I close my fist and shake the dice. I can hear him through the house calling my name. He's in pursuit. I roll the dice and they tumble across the wood of the deck. "Please," I think to them. "Please." And they land. Caught in the flashing, colorful lights from the nearest window, the numbers are lighted. A 6 and a 6. Magic 12. I writhe in pain and my muscles tense as one by one the cuts and scars begin to slice across my body. The alcohol in my blood was supposed to dull the pain, but these feel worse than ever. And judging by the wetness, most of them draw blood too. I feel one across my hip and another across my foot, a third almost exactly over the scar of another, reopening it, and a fourth down my groin in between my legs. Oh, that one hurts a lot. And still they keep coming. I find myself fighting back tears by the 9th or 10th. A thin red line appears between the webbing of my forefinger and thumb. Another slices from my lower lip and down the curvature of my chin. The taste is thick and metallic. I spit onto the grass and there I see a shadow, standing next to my own. I turn and look up to see my tormentor, staring in horrified amazement. "What the hell? You're insane," he mutters quietly, rage building behind his words. "They do something, don't they? The dice. Between you and Louise." I grin up at him with terribly misplaced confidence. A 12. I rolled a 12. What can he do to me now? The answer, it would seem, to my indignant surprise, is a sharp punch to the face. In one swift motion, he leans down and slams his fist into my nose and cheek with a sickening crack. I cry out as my vision flashes, temporarily white. I slip from the decking and I land with a thud in the grass. He punched me. I don't understand. I don't get it. The dice, did I break them? Did I use them too much? What's happening? In my disbelief and agony, there's nothing that I can do but watch. Watch in terror as Dean crouches to the ground, and as the lights of the party inside flash red against the side of his face. He reaches out a hand and he picks up the dice for himself. Dean tosses the dice in the air and catches them both in the same hand with a little wooden clattering. He looks down at me. So what do they do then, mate? Mind control, is that it? You've been weaving a sick little spell over Louise, have you? Dean, I grunt as I climb up onto my feet. Please, just give them back. He closes his fist around the dice. Tell me how they work, he says coldly as the music pounds through the walls of the house. Let's say I wanted Louise to suck me off. How would I go about making that happen? You're sick, I mutter angrily, clenching my fist. They don't work that way. Now give them back, I'm warning you. He laughs as the light from inside flashes across his face. You're warning me? You're hilarious, Nathan. And you know what? I think I'm gonna give him a try. No! I shout, but I'm too late. He shoves me back and my drunken legs are once again unable to keep me from falling. I land in the grass as the dice roll across the decking, clattering and tumbling. And they land. A 3 and a 4. I reach out to grab them, but Dean is too fast. He collects them up and then cries out, and we watch as a thin, pale scar begins to slice its way across his skin. Shit, he shouts. Our palaver has garnered the attention of the smokers, and they've started to make their way over. I can see a second cut appear on Dean's neck, but I don't know where the others are. A flinch and a patting of his leg would indicate that at least one of them is on his thigh. This is so messed up, he mutters through his clenched teeth when he takes a breath. And without another word, he turns and returns into the house. Dean, I shout, come back. He took them. He took my dice from me. You need them back, Nathan, now, go get them. I climb up for the second time and shove past the smokers, staggering into the heat of the party as I look for them, for the thief. There are gasps of shock and surprise as the more sober attendees take in the redness and rapidly forming bruise on my now thoroughly busted up face. It'll only get worse as the night progresses too. I know it, but there are greater priorities at hand. He rolled a 7, what's that going to do for him? They wouldn't make Louise. I curse in frustration and disgust. They wouldn't, they can't. That's not luck, that's sick. There's no way. But my thoughts are a mess. I'm still struggling to process what happened. I rolled a 12, and yet, I just don't understand. My stomach, oh God, I've drank too much tonight. I struggle through the queasiness as I move from room to room searching for Dean. The music thrums right through me, reverberating my bones. Where is he? What is he doing? He could be rolling the dice again right now. And even if he doesn't understand quite how they work, he has enough of an idea, I would warrant. I shove my way into the living room. Dean! I shout into the noise, but I don't see him. I don't see him anywhere. And I bump into somebody else instead. Louise. Nathan, she slurs drunkenly. There you are. I was looking for you. She grabs me by the arms. She's looking right into my eyes. She doesn't even mention the bruise. Has she even noticed? She starts to drag me into the middle of the room. Louise, I manage, head starting to spin. Where's Dean? Has he spoken to you? Where is he? Are you okay? Oh, he's a prick, Nathan. Don't worry about him. Did he come up to you? Yeah, he tried to hit on me, but some other girl was all over him and he left. Some people have no taste. She stumbles, trying to use me for balance, but I'm not much help. I'm barely able to stand still myself. But I do, she whispers, and before I can respond, she pushes herself against me and her lips against mine. Holy. For a second, I can barely believe what's happening. It doesn't feel real, but it is. I close my eyes and bewildered, I return the kiss. The loud and rabblesome cheer of the crowd rises up all around. I can see the flashes of phones through my eyelids, but I don't care. In this briefest of moments, everything is amazing. And the moment really is very brief indeed. Because my stomach lurches. I feel it contract and I pull back in sudden dismay. Louise doesn't even open her eyes. She draws in close again instantly and it becomes too much. My body has rejected the alcohol, it would seem, and I'm unable to stop myself. To my horror, I vomit. Explosively in a great and disgusting flow all over her face and front. I stumble back and try to cover my mouth, but it does little. She screams, "Nathan, what the hell?" She shouts as the phone flashes from all around increase tenfold. And there among them is Dean. He stares in disbelief but laughing all the same, and I don't fail to notice a couple of fresh scars on his neck and forearms. I flush with rage as Louise runs away to the bathroom presumably. The girl on Dean's arm tries to tug his sleeve impatiently but he ignores her. He's still laughing, almost doubled over now, and I ignore it too. I don't know if it's the alcohol or the anger or the desperation, for the dice or something else. But without skipping a beat, I stride towards him fuming. I draw back my hand, putting into the motion every ounce of my hatred for this horrible prick, and I push my whole body forwards from my back foot, slamming with force my fist into Dean's stupid face. It hurts my hand like absolute hell, to be honest, and it'll ache even worse once the adrenaline wears off, but it's worth it. It is worth it to see the laughter dissipate at once into dumbfounded shock and surprise. He stumbles backwards and throws out his hands to look for something to grab, for balance, and as he does so, he drops the dice. I don't even let them hit the floor. My eyes go to them at once and I snatch them out of midair, turning and sprinting away in the very same motion, ignoring the rising, bloodlusting chants of fight, fight, fight from the drunken crowd. "Nathan!" He roars from behind me, but I'm not messing around this time. I'm not gonna wait or hide or try to play the rest of the party out. The night is done, I've decided. The hell to it. I'm not staying here, I can't, there's no way. I'll apologize to Louise and suffer the consequences tomorrow or on Monday. I'm gonna go home, yeah, just go home. I have a busted up face and I'll need to explain tomorrow morning anyway, so I may as well bite the bullet and get it over with. So home then is the plan. Let's go home. I burst through the front door, slipping a little in the slushy, half-melted ice of the pavement but keeping my balance, running away down the road and into the night. To my panic, however, I hear him behind me. His voice carries over and rises above the rush of the winter wind in my ears. "Give me the dice, Nathan." I hear him shout, but I do not look back. I just run. Through street after street, past the lines of snow-tipped trees, illuminated orange in the glow of the street lamps as I pass them by. The material of the ground changes beneath my feet, softening as I leave behind the pavement and begin my sprint across the park towards the bridge. The sound of the rushing water becomes louder and louder, as do the heavy footfalls of Dean right behind me, getting closer and closer. And at the peak of the stony little bridge, I stumble, my drunken legs failing me only ever so slightly, but it's still enough. It's enough for Dean to catch me. He shoves me in the middle of the back and I tumble to the ground, dice slipping from my fingers, rolling onto and over the cobblestones. Double ones. I grimace as these scars slice their way across the back of my hand and the heel of my right foot. I crawl across the cold stone and reach out, but Dean swoops down and grabs them up before I can get to them. I clamber up onto my knees, shaking as I turn around to face him. "They're dangerous, Dean," I warn him. "Oh yeah, sure they are. And you're the only one that's able to use them safely, is that right?" He looks from the dice to me, snarling. I'm pleased to see a trickle of blood from one of his nostrils. Look at the state of you, mate. You'd expect me to believe you're using these things in a smart way. Tell me, how do they work? What do they do? I'm not telling you, I reply, hardening my stance, but I can't help but flinch when he takes a step closer. How do they work? How do I get them to do what I want? I remain silent. How about this? I'll use him for a week and then give him back, if you really want. How about that? That sounds fair, don't you think? Never, I reply quietly, and he shoves me. Tell me. No. He fumes, clenching and unclenching the fingers of his free fist, the dice held high in the other, and then his eyes flash and his expression changes. They're important to you, aren't they? These dice, they mean a lot to you. I don't respond, but my answer is obvious in my silence. You are using them on Louise as well, aren't you? You little mind controller. I'm not controlling her mind, I reply angrily. But you are using them on her in some way, aren't you? He forces a laugh and mimics a mocking, tutting sound. That sounds pretty immoral to me. You know what, Nathan? I think you're just a pervert like everyone else. That's not true, I reply. Dean, please. He interrupts. Well, if it's not true and you really don't care about these dice. He grins disturbingly as the wind whistles through the nearby trees. Then you won't mind if I do this. It's as if time itself slows down. I watch it happen in painstaking detail, but I'm unable to compel my body to move with a fast enough response. Dean pulls back his hand and decides cataclysmically on the scorched earth approach. He laughs with defiant malice as he throws out his arm and hurls the dice over the side of the bridge, down into the rushing water below. No! I shout in distress, legs returning to life as I rush to the edge and stare over the side, watching the dice disappear beneath the surface of the fast-flowing stream. And just like that, they're gone. You idiot, I murmur bitterly. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Those dice, there's nothing like them on Earth. And you threw them away, just threw them away. To what? To spite me. You're insane, mate. You're a lunatic. And Dean replies with another loud laugh. I turn to face him slowly and angrily, but a curious thing happens next. Something I don't think that either of us quite expected. But in hindsight, it makes a great deal of twisted sense. The laughter is struck from his face as he grunts in sudden discomfort. He looks down at his forearm, and we both do, and we watch in surprise as a scar slices its way across his skin, pale and white beneath the silvery light of the cloud-shrouded moon. And there's a tense pause. What the? He begins. He flinches as a second scar cuts down the side of his neck, and then a third across the back of his hand. Ow! He shouts, lifting his shirt to see two scars appear at once across his lower abdomen. Make it stop, he mutters, as another of the cuts slice up and over his chest. Make it stop! But the slices keep on coming. He twitches and writhes and curses in growing pain as he's steadily covered. He panics. He rushes forwards and grabs me by the shoulders. What's happening? How do I make it stop? Did you do this? Nathan, what have you done to me? I stutter feebly in response. I have no idea what's happening. No, I don't. And I think Dean can tell. He can see the uncertainty in my face. Christ! He shouts as he slaps at his own arms, scars appearing all over them now. His shirt is a pale gray, but it starts to darken in certain places with spots of what I can only assume must be blood. I see the veins in his neck tense up as he staggers to the edge of the bridge, grabbing hold of the stony side for balance, swearing and cursing as a line appears on the right side of his face, down his cheek and into his top lip. Nathan! He shouts again. He seems afraid now. Nathan, make it stop! I don't know how, I shout. I don't know what's happening. But then perhaps I do. And I think the realization strikes us both at the same time. His gaze meets mine and we both see it in our mind's eye. We see the dice, ever rolling, ever tumbling across the stony bed of the stream, pushed along by the current, halting for the briefest of moments as they're caught in the rocks, and then nudged almost immediately free, slipping and spilling their way over the stones through the water. "No," he murmurs, wincing as a particularly deep line is cut through his palm. He brings the hand to his face and leaves a bloody half handprint behind. "No." I don't know what to do. My hands are on my head. "No!" he shouts again, screaming suddenly as he squeezes his wrist and raises a hand to the moonlight. It's difficult to see, but it looks like a scar has begun under a fingernail and is sliced beneath and then down the length of the skin of his finger. Blood leaks. Another forms across his forehead and cuts through one of his eyebrows. "The dice! I need to find the dice!" He sprints the length of the bridge and immediately around the corner of the stony post that marks its end. He slips down the little bank and I watch in confusion and terror as he splashes into the icy rush of the stream. "Dean!" I shout, but I don't know why. I don't know what possible advice I could offer in this moment as he forces his way through the water. The stream isn't very deep, it only goes up to his shoulders, but he struggles and screams as he dips beneath again and again, hunting desperately for the dice as his body is sliced steadily to pieces. I come a little to my senses and I actually call for an ambulance. My voice is trembling, thanks in part to the stress and in part to the cold. And I barely even remember what it was that I said come the morning, but I give our location and just under 15 minutes later the vehicle arrives. And Dean by this point has given up his hunt of the stream. I'm not sure if he's even able to continue. He lies as a wreck against the stony bank, soaked and shivering, and every part of his body is dark, stained deep red from head to toe and leaking across the rocks. Strands of skin peel back and away from the muscles as he writhes and twitches in agony. The paramedics hear him and find him almost immediately. I wait on the bridge in shock until I'm sure that they have definitely seen him. "Jesus Christ," one of them shouts, and with that, I slink away. I stumble back through the darkness step after step until I have safely returned to my home. And so concludes the story of my time with the dice. My parents went through a range of emotions upon my unexpected return. Surprise, anger, but concern mostly. I told them pretty much the truth. I just left out the parts that involved the dice. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. I saw Dean writhing and bloodied on the bank. He died of his injuries, I discovered on Monday. The general consensus is that he slipped and fell into the river in his pursuit of me, cutting himself up on the rocks and subsequently drowning in the process. But I know the paramedics at the least saw a clearer picture of the truth. And everyone who lives near the park knows the rocks in the stream aren't all that sharp. There's nothing but smooth stones. And kids have started avoiding me in the corridors. They would never say it to my face, but they're afraid of me now and I can tell. And a number of other curious things happen over the course of the next week, all directly related to Dean in some way. His younger brother wins some school award for academic achievement. I'm aware that typically the guy struggles. A scratch card that he bought, found in his pocket, is cashed in by his parents for $15,000. The money, I hear, covers the cost of the funeral and eases some of their other financial burdens. The weather for the entire week, a week which ordinarily would have seen Dean play for the school rugby team, was perfect. The snow melted completely away and the conditions for games couldn't have been better. And I'm also pretty sure that I heard on the grapevine that the star player of our rival school broke his foot in an accident. And Luis, well, Luis barely speaks to me anymore. The combination of recent events was likely too much, perhaps coupled with her own embarrassment at so publicly and enthusiastically making out with me at her party in the first place. She got moved away from me in both of the classes that we share, as part of surprise changes to the seating arrangements. I actually tried to speak to her in the corridor one time, and she pretty much admitted that she was just lonely following her breakup with Matt, and that I really shouldn't look into it. A rebound, basically. And that hurt, of course, but hey, it is what it is, I guess. And with every event, each one of these moments, I can't help but wonder what might have been going through Dean's mind as his life force bled from his body. His final thoughts as the dice were carried along the bed of the stream. I suppose in hindsight it was actually rather lucky that the ambulance arrived as promptly as it did. It was really quite lucky that they found him so quickly, splayed on the bank of the stream and out of sight as he was. But even with all that luck, it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't quite enough to save him. The dice, it would seem, are not without their limits. I sigh as I watch one of my classmates give their presentation to the class. I drum my fingers against the desk. My hand reaches absent-mindedly for my pocket, but the dice, of course, are not there. I struggle with waves of guilt these days, guilt and loneliness. Ironically, the only other person who could have understood, even in the most basic of terms, now lies buried beneath the ground. It was Dean's choice to throw the dice into the stream. His choice. And yet, I can't help thinking about the 12 I rolled that night at the party. The double sixes. What was it that I had begged for in my drunken semi-stupor? Just get me out of this in the best way possible, please. The way that works the best for me given everything that's happened. I run a hand through my hair and sigh, doing my best to push the thoughts from my head. I turn my attention back to the presentation. And you know, this particular presentation really is going exceptionally well. It's the turn of a girl named Alice. Quiet as a mouse, and she chokes up even when called on to answer a question in class. And yet here she is, seemingly in her element. I do my best not to focus on the scar that I see that marks her leg below her skirt. It's a coincidence, I tell myself. A coincidence. A flurry of leaves blow past the window. It's just a coincidence, Nathan. That's all it is, mate. That's all it is. Today's episode is sponsored by Rocket Money. You know what's genuinely scary? Realizing you've been paying for something every month and completely forgot about it. A while back, I was going through my finances and I found a few subscriptions that had been quietly charging me for months. It's nothing huge on its own, but when you add everything up together, it starts to feel like death by 1,000 cuts. That's one of the reasons that I like Rocket Money. It's a personal finance app that helps you track your subscriptions and monitors your spending, and stay on top of where your money is actually going. If you find subscriptions that you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can even help cancel them within the app with just a few taps. In fact, they've already helped users save over $880 million in canceled subscriptions. I also like that it automatically categorizes transactions, and it gives you a much clearer picture of your spending habits. Sometimes seeing the numbers laid out in front of you is the wake-up call that you need. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. Let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster. Join at rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. That's rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. Another day, another job. It would be nice to find something more reliable one day, ideally with a low mortality rate and paid time off. Instead, Jake and I have made our way through so many career fields that I can barely keep track at this point. We have been crime scene cleaners, construction workers, bartenders, and hell, even a one-time amateur exorcist. Don't ask about that one. Though I will say the papacy might forgive our transgressions if they saw our results. Anyway, Jake and I found ourselves in need of work again. This last job didn't last long and it was strange even by our standards. It was another cleaning gig and we figured that despite the odd description and the admittedly creepy location of an abandoned building near town, it would be alright. At least there would be no blood and bodies to clean up, and hopefully no cursed dolls hiding around in the basement either. It was about a month ago and we were looking around and found an odd listing about a cleaning crew needed for an old flea market close to downtown. Just some cover-up painting. Not a big deal considering what we had done before, and the pay was surprisingly good for such a simple job. We jumped at the chance when we found it, since it would be the first decent payday in a while. Jake and I took the van out of the building to meet the contact for the position. Jake was grinning like he always did when we were going to a new job. At this point, I figured that he got some masochistic joy out of the idea that everything might unravel around us like a curse. I was just excited for another paycheck, even if it was another cleaning gig. "Oh, come on, man. I'm sure this one will be on the level," Jake said, trying to cheer me up while frantically switching through songs on his playlist. He finally settled on Battery by Metallica, and before he cranked up the volume, he continued. "I mean, after all, what's the worst?" "Don't finish that sentence." I snapped back at him, but he just shrugged and drowned out my concern with the song. We rode on for a while longer, seeing the telltale signs of dilapidated buildings, which assured us that we were getting close. Jake checked the directions again. "Yeah, this is it up ahead. The old Mayhew's flea market. I'm shocked this place closed. Who would pass up on such fine offerings?" He chuckled sarcastically while pointing to an old defaced sign of an unpleasant-looking man in an ill-fitting suit. Jake had a point. The marketing sucked as much as the location. We parked in a lot just outside of the condemned building. Now that we were closer, I saw that the place was fairly large, which made sense if it had been a bigger market in the past. The entire building was in a sorry state now, though. Many windows were broken and boards were haphazardly nailed over sections, and the whole place looked like a light breeze could topple it. As I looked on, I saw that nearly every square inch of the place was tagged or covered in graffiti. There was also a strange ring of what looked like white paint on the ground that seemed to circle the perimeter. I wondered why somebody would want us to clean the place and not just tear it down and start again somewhere better. But I supposed it didn't matter. We were there and ready to work, assuming this job really was on the level. I wanted to get down to it as soon as possible. In the next few minutes, another car pulled up. It was a well-maintained, if not a little dated, Oldsmobile, still looking sharp despite its best years being behind it. A tall man wearing a cowboy hat stepped out of the car and walked over to us. "Howdy, boys. The name's Earl Mayhew. It's good to meet ya." Jake stepped forward and immediately shook the man's hand and gave a sarcastic, "Well, howdy, Earl. Name's Jake, and this here's my friend." I cringed at the awful accent that Jake was attempting, and I hoped that it wouldn't offend our new client. Instead, Mr. Mayhew just laughed and slapped his knee. I held out my hand, and before I could say anything, Mr. Mayhew walked past me and towards the building. "Well then, now that the introductions are out of the way, please follow me. I can show you the place and you fellas can decide if y'all are interested in the job." He moved on towards the building. We shrugged and followed. Mayhew rummaged through his pocket for a moment and produced a key that he used to open a large padlock on the front door. Before stepping inside, he peeked in and looked around as if expecting something, and then he finally moved in and gestured for us to follow. "Oh, I know she doesn't look like much these days, but we had a lot of good times. I just can't bear the idea of selling the place. This used to be one of the most successful flea markets in the county. We had people from all over the state, hundreds of vendors and clients, but that was then. Mayhew sighed ruefully and looked like he had forgotten where we were that moment. He snapped back to the present and regarded us. "Oh, sorry boys, lots of memories. Anyway, come this way and I'll show you the real meat and potatoes of what I need done." We followed him down a dimly lit hall and into a wide-open central plaza that was covered in debris. Almost every surface was plastered with some measure of graffiti. "Yeah, it's definitely a fixer-upper," Jake mumbled. Mayhew must have heard him and his eyes narrowed. And Jake caught himself and blurted out apologetically, "Hey, but it has good bones and good character. No wonder you want to preserve it." Mayhew nodded and continued on. And Jake shot me a lame thumbs up and I rolled my eyes. We stopped again and Mayhew looked around, examining particular walls and parts of the floor with care. I was about to ask what he was looking for when he held up a hand and then pointed at a spot on the wall. "There, right there. That is what I need you gentlemen to take care of." I looked at the odd spots on the wall and I was confused. "What is that?" I asked, unable to hide my confusion. "That is what you'll need to clean. This place has been turned over recently, believe it or not. I even have a crew working nights out here. No matter how much we cover it, it comes back. I need you two to cover it up before." He paused, looking nervous. "Before what?" Jake asked. "Well, before it changes," Mayhew finished, and we both looked at him incredulously. "Changes?" I tried to clarify. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but this art, if you can call it that, it can change. It spreads all the time, slow and steady like. If it ain't cleaned up, it eventually transforms. When the images start forming." Mayhew paused and it looked like he was trying to suppress an involuntary shudder. "Well, it's best not to let it come to that. We've had some incidents before when it did." I didn't like the way that he had said incident. "But it won't be an issue if y'all are thorough. I just need you fellas to handle the paint. It has to be paint that covers it and not any cheap stuff. It seems as long as we use the decent stuff, it holds it off longer. We tried throwing paint thinner at it in case it might work to wear it down faster, but unfortunately it wouldn't stop the spread. So I was left with gallons of the stuff that I had to store in the main hallway. Once I get the funds ready, I'm going to wallpaper the bejesus out of this place and replace all the flooring and see how that thing likes it." He slapped his knee and laughed again, but he stopped to cough awkwardly. I was confused. What was that thing he was referring to? It felt like there was a detail that he was omitting. Mayhew straightened his jacket and continued. "So fellas, what will it be? Just a few weeks of painting and I'm willing to pay you the whole salary of the last crew of 5 people. He held out a piece of paper and I collected it before Jake could. He looked over my shoulder and mumbled a soft, "Whoa," when he saw the pay. I tried to suppress my own excitement. It was double what we had made on our last job for only a couple of weeks of work. "Yeah, count on us, sir," we said almost in unison. "Excellent, boys. Happy to be doing business with ya. You can start tomorrow. I just have to work out a few things with the other crew and you guys will be in business. Come by bright and early tomorrow, say 6 a.m., and we can go over the particulars." We arrived early the next day as requested. I was still feeling groggy and I hammered back an energy drink before stepping out of the van. Jake seemed oddly energized and leapt out as soon as we had arrived, nearly tripping as we went. Mr. Mayhew was waiting there for us. He looked disturbed by something and he was kneeling down with a tape measure and shaking his head. There was an odd patch of what looked like dark paint that was on the ground near the white ring. As we approached, I heard him mumbling something in frustration about an artistic thing. I cleared my throat to get his attention and called out, "Hey, Mr. Mayhew, good morning." He looked up and the look of concern vanished, replaced by his practiced businessman smile. Oh, hey, you boys, thanks for coming. Alright, so down to business. I'm gonna go over a few things, so please save your questions for the end. I need y'all to listen and remember these things, alright? We both agreed, and Mayhew continued. Y'all be spending most of your shift painting. Not some normal painting job, but try and think of this one as having a moving target. For a little backstory on how we got here, a long time ago we had a vendor here. She claimed she was an artist, but she was really more of a witch. Now I know it sounds crazy, but it's the God-honest truth, and she caused a whole lot of trouble. Eventually, she cursed this whole place when things changed in a way she didn't like, and at some point she disappeared. Ever since then, this paint keeps finding its way onto the walls, the ceilings, and even the floors. He gestured around, and then I noticed the outline of 3 human faces staring down at us from the ceiling. They didn't have features, but the lack of eyes and mouths made them even more unsettling to look at. Like those. I pointed up above us, and Mayhew looked up and cried out, "Oh, Jesus H. Christ, yes, like that. Let's step out of here for now, fellas." We followed him as he rushed out, with a look of genuine fear clinging to him as we fled. We moved out into the parking lot, and he let out a wheezing gasp. "No, sorry about that, that just startled me is all. Anyway, this artist, she's been leaving these paintings and been having folks cover them up every day, and they just keep coming back. For a while I decided to leave it, but then bad things started to happen. Sellers started to leave and called it unsafe." He spat on the grounds and grimaced, and then people started seeing things and getting hurt. Finally, an incident happened that ended up closing us down for good. Since then, though, I hold out hope that something can be done to save the place. But I can't just leave it. That thing, it's not content staying here. Every day that art, it creeps a bit closer to the outside, and the details become a little bit clearer. When those details are clear, if you see them well, something bad happens and something that is better covered up. That's why I need you boys and the other cleaners." He cleared his throat and looked troubled. I was trying to digest the crazy story, and so was Jake. Mayhew asserted his confidence again and continued. "Whatever this stuff is, it's unsafe. As bad as black mold and just as spreading. Paint over any and all of it that you see, but just be careful it don't spread out beyond this circle. Cover that mess up first." He pointed to a line in the lot snaking out from the building. "And the most important thing, if you see any faces or outlines like back in that room, cover them up right away. Don't wait. If eyes start to form, or worse, the mouse." He paused again, suppressing a shudder. "Well, just cover them up, and don't listen to anyone or anything else besides each other and me. Otherwise, easy as pie, right? You guys do this well and it looks good after the first day, you can even get a bonus. But I do need y'all to sign this contract. I like to offer my people true employment." He held out some paper and Jake scoffed. "We are independent contractors first and foremost." The indignance in his voice surprised me, and for a moment I thought that it might actually be a deal breaker. And then Jake chuckled as Mayhew looked dumbstruck. "Oh, I'm just yanking your chain. Yeah, bring on the paperwork. Did we get health care?" Mayhew smiled again and laughed along. "Fill out the paperwork and you can be eligible for health coverage, LTD, and life insurance." Mayhew showed us to a small picnic table set up near the outside of the building, and we filled out the paperwork. I saw something odd in the life insurance policy. It indicated that the placeholder beneficiary was Mayhew Industries. It seemed a bit odd, and so I asked him about it. "Mr. Mayhew, this paper says the company holds our life insurance policy first. When does that change?" "Oh, that," he said dismissively. "Oh, it's just standard policy. First 2 weeks we hold the account and securities until it transfers to your beneficiary." It seemed odd, and I was about to tell Jake to hold off. But I looked over and he had finished and was already handing his completed papers back to Mr. Mayhew. I sighed and then finished signing my own. After all, how bad could a painting job be? After it was all settled, Mr. Mayhew showed us to a small storage shed that had dozens, if not hundreds of cans of white paint inside. There were also rollers, pans, brushes, anything a painter might need. This should all be good to get you started. Use as much as you need. A thicker coat seemed to take longer for that damn stuff to show through. Have fun, guys, and be careful. I would hate to lose you too. He walked out to his car, moving in an odd pattern, as if avoiding the path that we had taken to get in. I noticed the line of paint that had been there before was gone, or rather it had curved off in a new direction, oddly pointing towards the way that Mr. Mayhew was leaving. I ignored the eerie sight and I asked Jake, "Are you worried about that last thing that he said? About losing us too?" He shrugged. "I don't know, but what I do know is I call not painting over those creepy faces on the ceiling." He nearly doubled over laughing as I held my face in my palms. I could already tell this would be as exciting as watching paint dry. We started work quickly. All the supplies were conveniently located, and it was not long before we had covered up the oddly snaking trail of dark paint that had been creeping out of the building with the white cover-up. "I'm not sure what that guy was talking about. This is going great. It's not like this stuff is actively moving. Come on, let's go inside and work on the other rooms." And Jake was right. Since Mr. Mayhew didn't care about how careful we were, it was coming along nice and quick. We opened the front door and nearly fell back in unison. There, inside the entryway, which had been a fading white just an hour ago, it now showed murals of dozens of people and dozens of empty faces in that streaking black paint. All of them looking at us from the walls, the ceiling, and even up from the floor. Okay, so that's not ideal. I mumbled as we observed the impossible change. The new paint glistened and it seemed to have an eerie aura, like it had only stopped moving because we had arrived to look at it. "Oh well, shit," Jake exclaimed. "It always has to be something though, at least the old guy was honest with us. Seems we just need to cover this stuff up, or at least do as much as we can, so let's get going." Suddenly, he rushed forward with a paint roller in hand, and he dragged it along the surface of one of the new paintings. I couldn't be sure, but I thought that I felt a disturbing sense of pressure build up when he covered the area where the eyes and the face of one of the images had been. I was disturbed, but in the moment, I managed the same resolve that Jake had. We were there and we had seen crazy stuff before, plus we needed the money. I took a deep breath, opened a fresh can of paint, and I got to work. At the rate that we were going, we could get a lot done by the evening and get that bonus. Oh, we were wrong though, so wrong. Nearly 10 hours had passed and only one room looked complete. Jake and I were reluctant to leave the room unattended, since we both suspected that as soon as we did, the insidious black paint would come washing back in to undo all of our work. This is crazy, man. What the hell is going on? Some kind of haunting to wreck this guy's resale value. I mean, at least it's not attacking us, but it just keeps undoing our work. Jake shouted at the wall and kicked a can of paint towards the corner that he had just finished. It had already started to show new black streaks beneath the surface. I know this feels hopeless, but we get paid by the hour, so even without a bonus, the money is still good. Come on, I think the evening shift should be here soon, I said, trying to reassure him. We left our supplies in the hall and walked out to the parking lot. As we neared the exit, we heard a voice shout from outside. "Nathan, where are you? You need to get out of there, it's not safe." Jake and I looked at each other confused. We exited the building and saw a truck parked next to our van and a man shouting at the building, but not moving past the painted perimeter. "Hey, there's no Nathan here, but are you one of the evening crew here to take over?" I asked him, but he seemed surprised at my assertion and looked confused and then horrified. Oh no, no. He brought other people here. Oh God, please tell me that you saw Nathan in there. We need to get him out. He's been in there since last night." "Whoa, slow down, dude." Jake said, trying to reassure the panic-stricken man. "We've been painting all day here and your friend's not inside. We would have seen him. Who are you and what's going on?" Mayhew said a night shift would be here to take over. The man took a deep breath and spoke in a strained whisper. My name is Roger and Nathan is my friend and fellow painter. We were hired to paint over the weird art in this building by Mr. Mayhew. That was what we were doing. Well, until something happened last night. Nathan didn't get out. Something happened and I can't remember." He looked confused and then frightened again as he struggled to recall. "I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was back home. I tried to call Nathan, but he didn't respond. And then I started to remember things. Flashing images of faces, and Nathan staring at a wall with his eyes all messed up. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we need to get him out of there now." Before we could ask him another question, Roger forgot his apprehension about the paint perimeter and bolted past us, shouting for his friend. "Shall we?" Jake smiled and ran after the screaming painter, back into the haunted building to look for his friend. I groaned and then followed him. As soon as we had made it into the building, something felt off. The smell of fresh paint was stronger, but it also had a bizarre tinge to it, like something else was in the air. I looked with disturbed fascination at the areas that we had just painted over, and I saw the black, tar-like fluid oozing down the walls. Jake ignored the disturbing sight and rushed ahead, trying to catch up with Roger. I caught up with him around the corner, but Roger was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, there was a shaking in the building's walls, and we retreated back to the front door, fearing a structural collapse. After a tenuous moment, I looked at the front door. There is a snaking line of paint emerging from the ground and merging into an inky black canvas that had erased most of the door's features. It was so much worse, actually seeing the paint move. It was like a living creature, and watching it gave me a terrible headache. And Jake was staring at it too, a little too intently. I shoved his shoulder and he blinked and he shrugged off the effect. "Let's prop the door open," I suggested. I didn't like the idea of this image forming on the door and being stuck in here with it. I pulled at the handles and the door held firm. There was a disturbing squishing sound and suddenly, I fell back gasping as a living portrait of a face opened its eyes and looked back at me from where the plain door had been. I was horrified but oddly mesmerized by the shifting patterns in the faces. I knew that I shouldn't be looking at it, but how could I not look at something so miraculous? I started leaning closer to the face. I needed to see more. Suddenly, a hand fell on my shoulder and I was pulled backward and onto the ground, landing hard and snapping out of my daze. "Oh, none of that possession shit, man. Don't look at the thing, come on. Let's try a window or something. This place is screwed and whatever's happening, I don't want to be stuck here," Jake said. I staggered to my feet and shook my head. I almost looked back at the undulating face on the door, and I swear that I felt some invisible hand reaching out to touch my mind. I shuddered and backed away. We found a window, but it was black on the other side. I had a bad feeling about what that implied. Suddenly, Jake was next to me, holding a brick that he had scavenged from somewhere and readying it. "Here's to hoping," he said while hurling it at the glass. I was happy to hear the satisfying sound of shattering glass, but horrified when instead of daylight coming in, waves of black paint began pouring from the window. "Are you kidding me?" And Jake shouted in disbelief. "Come on, let's get away from this one. Maybe if we find those other guys, they can tell us what the hell is really going on and how we can get out," I said while moving on. Eventually, we heard something near the west wing and followed the dark halls to it. It sounded like low, muffled gasps of pain, and when we emerged into the room, we saw something horrifying. Roger was there, splayed out and cut open by something, His body was positioned like a morbid statue, and a terrible wound was gouged into his torso, which looked like it had almost disemboweled him. Horrifically, he seemed to still be alive. We approached slowly and he mumbled a weak groan of agony. "Holy shit, what happened here?" Jake managed to spit out, and I echoed the sentiment. We got closer and Roger's eyes finally rolled forward out of the back of his head and faced us. He groaned and mumbled, and we could tell that he was trying to speak. "Go, not safe. Nathan is here, but something else." He fell silent, but his eyes remained open. He was dead. "Oh hell, man, what happened to him?" Jake asked in a panic. I had no idea either and was trying to reconcile just what we had seen. We looked around in paranoid confusion when we heard something that terrified us even more than the silence. Footsteps. "Did you bring the insurance?" I asked Jake in a terrified whisper. There was a long pause while I looked at him and my heart sank. "I did, yeah, it's just in the van," he said while flashing a pained smile. "Of course," I groaned, not really knowing if having a gun like the insurance would help against sentient paint and whatever things were at work in this building. "Well, come on then, we can't stay here. Let's try and find a way out." Jake nodded and together we crept out of the room, leaving the bloodied body of Roger behind us. We found another window and I didn't see any shifting, monstrous visage behind it, so I figured that was a start. I found a large piece of rebar nearby and I hefted it up. "Nice, man, let's give it a shot. Crack it open," Jake whispered. I held the bar and swung as hard as I could. The glass shattered and the darkness behind the glass gave way to a more natural glow of twilight. We could get out this way. I used the bar to clear the glass out of the frame. It was a tight fit, but I figured we could both get out of the building and this lot before calling Mayhew and telling him the bad news. Just as the way was clear and I was pulling myself up and out of the building, I heard footsteps again. I looked down the hall and saw a figure emerging from one of the adjacent rooms. There was a low, groaning, creaking sound, like the rusty hinge of a door. The terrible sound echoed as the figure walked along in what looked like pain. "Shit, move, move, move." Jake shouted at me and I hoisted myself up just in time to meet a dark wall of human faces. I sat there straddling the wall and looking in disbelief as the tortured faces of dozens of people stared back at me. All as one, they wailed a pained cacophony that nearly ruptured my eardrums. I fell off the windowsill and I landed hard, but the pain in my body from landing was secondary to the pain in my ears. The awful sound that those torturous half-faces bellowed had stunned me. I stared up dumbly at the broken window as if expecting them to be gone. But the leering faces looked down at me, and I swear they started to laugh. Before I knew what was happening, I could hear again, and I heard Jake shouting at me and hoisting me back to my feet. "Come on, man. I said come on." He pulled me up and we started to sprint away from the wall of faces. When I looked back, I saw the figure slowly moving towards us. A faint glow of inky tendrils trailed behind him, covering the walls, floor, and ceiling with more of that terrible paint. We rushed on, but the path led to a large double door that was padlocked and barred. "Oh shit, what now?" Jake said, struggling for words and as scared and desperate as I was feeling. My mind was finally recovering, and I noticed that we passed 2 doors in our attempted flight from the building. "This way," I told him, as we moved reluctantly back towards our pursuer. We ducked into one of the rooms and closed the door just as I heard the awful creaking and groaning sound getting closer. The room was small and had old filing cabinets and 2 busted down desks. We took cover under one of them and tried to stifle our strange breathing as we waited to see if the thing would follow us in. For several minutes, we sat there in panicked anticipation. As we waited, I saw something in a half-closed drawer. It looked like a small silver locket. I reached into the drawer and it made a slight noise that Jake nearly freaked out about. I shrugged apologetically and removed the locket. I opened it and saw the portraits of two young women. I turned it over in my hand and saw that the locket had likely been a gift. There was an engraving which read, "To Lily, my sister and my muse. Love, Sam." "What's that?" Jake asked. "I'm not sure what it is or how it got here, but something about the face in this locket feels weirdly familiar." Jake frowned. "Alright man, just don't put it on or get possessed by some ghost girl. I'm not gonna deal with that tonight." I agreed and nearly laughed at the absurdity of our situation. For a moment I thought that it might be safe to leave, and that maybe we had given our pursuer the slip. I was just about to stand up when the door handle rattled. The door opened with a terrible creak and we both knew that the thing was in the room now. The smell of old paper was replaced by the sickly sweet smell of something rotting, as well as the strong fumes of fresh paint following close behind. I couldn't bring myself to look over the desk. It was in here now. Jake sat next to me shivering but trying to stay silent too. His eyes bulged suddenly and I stole a glance at what he was looking at. It was a snaking tendril of paint that moved past the desk that we hid behind and slowly climbed up the adjacent wall. We heard shambling steps in the room and a terrible gasping sound like a person struggling to breathe. Eventually, the paint on the wall began to take shape and form into the silhouette of a face. Jake shook his head and closed his eyes. I knew that we shouldn't look back, but if we stayed in that place, we would have no choice but to. I had an idea then, and it was a bad idea, but we were in trouble if we didn't do something. As the face began to form, I knew whatever it was would see us, and so I leapt forward and put my back to the face to try to cover its eyes. My plan would have worked, but I tripped and stumbled, knocking a small stack of papers over in the effort. I held my breath, but I heard the footsteps getting closer again. I knew the thing was too close. I had to do something. I jumped up and shouted, "Nathan, wait!" The figure stopped moving and stood looking at me. In the dim light, I finally saw its features, and it took all my willpower to meet its gaze. It was a person, a middle-aged man, bald and with a thin beard. As for eye color, I couldn't really tell. All that showed were fathomless black pits of swirling ink that looked just like the sentient paint that we had been trying to cover up. Whatever was happening to this place, it seemed to have possessed one of the cleaners, and I had no idea what I was really looking at just then. There was a terrible pause and I thought that I might have made a mistake. I had a feeling that it would rush me and envelop Jake and me in that terrible paint. But instead, I heard a choking, gasping noise, followed by the figure bending over and retching. In the next moment, torrents of the writhing paint left his body, and then the thing that had once been Nathan looked at me again. It cleared its throat and spoke.
"You two, more people Mayhew brought to destroy my work. You can't be allowed to live. You can't be allowed to do this."
The figure lurched forward and I held up my hands. Wait. We were just hired to clean the place." The thing reached out its arms and snakes of paint began to unfurl and reach out. I thought that we were dead, but I reached for the trinket that I had just found and I held it out. "Wait, was this you? Please tell us who we're really speaking to." The thing stared at me for another moment, and then at Jake as he silently rose to look at what was happening.
"Where did you find that?"
It rasped. Oddly, the thing's voice softened after seeing the locket.
"Yes, my name was Samantha Gardner. I used to work here selling paintings that my sister Lily and I would make. The people loved our work, and for a long time this was a joyful place. And then that lecherous man, Mayhew, bought it and started extorting all the vendors. He started raising our rent for no reason, kicking vendors out who had been here for years, just because they wouldn't kiss his ass. Worst of all was what he did to the female vendors. The terrible face of the puppet Nathan went slack, and I heard bones crunching as a fist balled up. I shuddered as I considered the entity's anger. After a while, enough of us got together and tried to get him ousted, but he took things to an extreme. He knew that I wouldn't let it go. He invited me here to talk it over and tried to come to an agreement, and then he killed me. My sister was horrified and she tried to get the police involved, but they couldn't prove anything. Mayhew ensured that it all looked like an accident. I thought that it was over. I was dead, but somehow Lily used her paints to bring me back. I don't know how it worked or how I'm here again, but what I do know is that I'll get that man for what he did to all of us.
Hey, ghost man or lady, we only took this as a temp job. Mayhew sucks as far as we're concerned. He didn't tell us about any of this, so do you think if you'd let us go, we could, I don't know, maybe rough him up a bit for you or something? There's no need to hurt us, right? Jake asked. The figure paused for a moment as if considering. There was a brief glimmer of hope, but my heart sank when the figure shook its head.
No, I'm sorry. You are too valuable to me as vessels. The others couldn't leave, this one is too broken. I don't need to trust someone who works for Mayhew when I can just wear them. Don't move. It's less painful if you don't resist.
The creature staggered towards us again, arms outstretched, the terrible paint bleeding from its mouth. I pulled Jake away as a gout of black paint sprayed out from the thing and nearly covered him. We recovered quickly and burst out of the room, running away as fast as we could. I looked around as we fled and I saw that the walls were covered in more of the paint. It was dripping from the ceiling now like blood from a wound. We rushed back through the main hall and witnessed a horrifying sight. The walls were lined with more of the black paint. In each surface, the faces of the dead writhed in different states of decay. The sentient paint surged and writhed over everything, like a canvas of lost souls. We had to get out, but we knew that thing was still after us. I had another idea and it was a bad one, but we didn't have any options. Jake, do you have your lighter? I asked him. I mean, yeah man, why? What's the plan? He handed it to me. I considered just how crazy the idea was, but resolved to go through with it when I realized what might happen if we waited. Well, if this is one big painting and the canvas is keeping us in, why not burn our way out? We have gallons of paint thinner in the hall that Mayhew left, and a light source. I trailed off and Jake's look of concern changed to a manic and hopeful smile. Oh, it's crazy, dangerous, and stupid. I love it. Let's go. We sprinted back to the front door, ignoring the terrible wailing coming from the images all around us. We got to the front door and saw the drums of paint thinner nearby. Throw some, I called out to Jake. We doused the door with paint thinner, splashing it everywhere since his eyes were closed and he didn't want to look at the terrible faces that screamed back at him. All right, back up, I shouted to him and he stumbled back a few steps. I opened the lighter, struck a flame, and crossed my fingers. I threw the lighter and after a moment, there was a burst of light as a small fireball flared into life. The stench of burning paint and charred wood was horrible. The faces melted away, then the paint, then parts of the door as the fire spread quickly from surface to surface. Now we just have to get out of the burning building. I laughed as we saw the smoldering door. Suddenly, a terrible wail echoed through the hall, as we saw the twisting form of Nathan being carried aloft by a small wave of living paint. The puppet thing spoke in the enraged voice of the slain painter.
You pathetic, monstrous savages. What have you done? My work, my life. You will burn it all down. There will be no justice for us all, no future. No more art.
I almost felt bad for the rambling specter, until the horrible face contorted in a rictus of hatred and the thing shrieked and charged at us. We had to go. I looked to Jake and he nodded. We both leapt at the burning door, feet outstretched in a synchronized kick. The door smashed open and we tumbled out into the cold night air. We gasped at the fresh air and scrambled away from the burning building. The paint monster continued wailing but could not follow us through the veil of flame. As we watched it burn, we saw the outside tendrils of paint begin to wither and dissipate, despite the lack of touching flame. "Should we call 911?" Jake asked. I considered it for a moment, and then I heard the shrieks inside of whatever still lingered. Nah, let it burn for a bit. We sat and watched the inferno for a while before we heard a car approaching and saw that it was Mr. Mayhew. He jumped out of his car and his face was pale. No, my building! What happened?" He stomped over to us angrily and Jake looked ready to engage, but I held a hand out to stop him and I spoke first. "So, I think a few details were omitted about this project, but I'm guessing we're not supposed to find out before we got turned into demonic meat puppets by the ghost of an artist that you murdered." Mayhew looked shocked that I just said it out loud. I followed it up and pressed. "And you thought that we would die in there like the others? What was the insurance policy that you had for Roger and Nathan? Was it a lot? How much was ours? Hopefully it was on par with whatever you'll get for this place burning down." I flashed a sarcastic smile and he fumed. Mayhew looked indignant and started to respond. "Oh no, it's not like that. The job needed to be done to keep me." He stopped and corrected quickly. "To keep the business safe. All the money just helped cover the expenses. It's not my fault they couldn't listen and stay safe." At that point, Jake was done with words, and just as Mayhew was looking smug at his own sense of superiority, Jake punched him hard in the face. The big man staggered and fell down. Jake was about to follow up, but I held him back when I saw that Mayhew had drawn a gun on us. He looked up at Jake with a bloody nose and hatred burning in his eyes. "I ought to kill you for that. But first responders are probably on the way and wouldn't look good for the public. Plus, I think the fire may have contained it. I never thought to try it before since I couldn't be sure. I didn't want to let it out. But I think that it's gone." He looked around and smiled. "So I'll let y'all leave, but if you so much as say anything about this, I swear that I will." I interjected, pulling Jake away from jumping at the man again. Yeah, we won't. Go to hell." I pulled Jake away and took a few steps back from Mayhew, who huffed and put his gun away. He mumbled something about lawyers and got back in his car. "We just gonna let this murderer get away like that?" Jake said indignantly. I felt an odd tingling in my pocket and I removed the silver locket. I looked at it and smiled. "No, it's fine, he can leave, but he won't be escaping justice this time." Jake looked confused as I bent down to collect a small scrap of paper that lay by his feet. I wrapped the paper around the small locket and felt a disturbing sense of energy. I broke into a run and moved quickly to sidle up to the Oldsmobile as Mayhew was departing. I slipped the small fragment of paper into the seam of his trunk right before the car sped off. Jake ran up looking confused. "What was that?" he asked. I held up a hand and pointed to Mayhew as he drove away. I watched with a smile as lines of black paint started emerging from his trunk. Jake saw it too and his eyes went wide. "Oh wow, man, that's gonna be a fun reunion." I nodded my head silently. And Jake and I waited for a bit and then turned back to the van as we heard a crashing sound in the distance, followed by gunshots and a scream. "And do you think we could get proper jobs as painters, just to try it out?" Jake shrugged and chuckled. "Nah, something else next. Painting sucks." I won't beat around the bush. I might as well get right to it. The instructions for the successful defense of the Tartarus Mall are sure and simple. First things first, Tartarus ain't actually the mall's name. That's just what I call the place on account of the store that I have to guard. I won't tell you the mall's proper name for security reasons. But yeah, so one of the stores in the mall is called Tartarus, and this store is perpetually closed. I've never seen it open. A metal sheet lives across its door and its window displays are always empty, boarded up even. The instructions, to put them simply, are as follows. 1. Watch Tartarus. 2. Don't let anybody in. 3. Don't let anyone out. Boom. I work the shift from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Monday to Friday. It gets pretty damn boring. The mall closes at 9 and the last staff are out by 9:20. And then it's just me. Just myself, a gruff and relatively miserable late middle-aged man all alone in this mall. There are 5 other men like me, or hell, some could be women, I guess. 2 of them do the weekend, I hear. The other 2 do weekdays. One works 4 a.m. to 12 noon, and the other from noon to 8 p.m. We're not supposed to meet each other. That being said, I'm pretty sure that I bumped into the guy who works the noon to 8 p.m. shift one time. He just had this look about him. 20 or so years younger than myself, I should think. Hard to tell since he was wearing a mask, but he had seen some shit. You can see it in their eyes. He nodded at me as I passed him by, seemed to realize that he was running late. Could have just been a stranger, I guess, ex-military or something, but I don't know. I just had a feeling. I'm working right now, in fact. It's a typically dead and quiet night. The moon is out and its light shines through the purple-tinted glass of the roof, washing the vast, open plan of the mall in a pleasant and dreamlike violet. I glanced over at Tartarus. The metal sheet door sits resolutely in place. The windows are dark and dead. You can hear stuff coming through sometimes, whispers and mutterings. On some nights, the metal rattles. Those nights ain't fun. I take a sip of my coffee and I lean back in my chair. I say my chair. It's one of the mall's massage chairs. It isn't turned on, but it's still comfy. As I try to relax, the music in one of my headphones starts cutting in and out. I grumble in frustration and pluck the bud from my ear to fiddle with it. Damned things. I need new ones really bad, but I wouldn't have the faintest idea what to look for. My daughter got me these 8 years ago, I think it was. And they might have been good then, but they ain't much good now. They've held out pretty well this whole time though, so that's something, I guess. But still frustrating. I'm listening to Jolene tonight, or while I'm trying to. My employers are secretive people. I was scouted for this position and you know what, it actually pays pretty well. I've been doing this stint for 5 years now and only felt the need to ask for a pay raise once in all that time. And they gave it to me, no question. I suppose that I could ask for another, but I don't want to push my luck. The money is decent, and for what? Watching a damn closed-up store in an empty mall. Keep some secrets. And occasionally do what needs to be done. I take a sip of my coffee. I think back to my early days, back to when my daughter was still just a youngin'. I was far more curious about it all back then, I mean hell, who wouldn't be? I glanced over to the metal door of Tartarus. And towards the end of my very first week, I had already dislodged that thing. It ain't hard if you've got a bit of strength to you. Raise it up and then unlock the barred door behind. Easy enough if you have the key. And then you can just stroll right on in. I don't know what kind of store Tartarus might once have been. I remember looking around and the walls were painted red and black and gray and they were peeling. Scuffs and scratch marks streaked the carpets. The place was pretty empty, although not entirely so. There's a dusty old right-angled counter in the middle, and I remember seeing a clear plastic spray bottle half filled atop this counter. No cash register, no items or racks or shelves. Just this one bottle, a small rag, and a marker pen right beside it. The bottle was labeled bleach. In the far corners of the store, which by the way appeared ever so slightly further and wider than one would expect, in these far corners were a collection of eerie mannequins, all faceless, leaned and stacked against each other in various sizes, all faceless and all stripped of clothing. As some of the mannequins had stuff written across their faces, I remember walking up to them, walking past and taking a closer look. Upon the closest was written, Jaden R. Curious. On the next was written, Charlotte R. And then on the third, a little further along, Zach S. I couldn't make sense of it back then. I remember puzzling over the names, and I counted 5 different initials in total, RSNT and SL. There were 7 mannequins with names attached to R, 4 attached to S, 2 marked with an N and 2 marked with a T, and only a single mannequin labeled with an SL. One of these mannequins, a male figure labeled with a T, had been crossed through with a large black X, and 5 of them were entirely blank. I found a storeroom near the back filled with dozens more. What the hell is this place? And you know, these mannequins weren't even the weirdest thing about the abandoned store. The weirdest thing by far was hidden behind the counter, right in the center of the room. A singular, deep, dark hole, right there in the middle of the floor. Goddamn, I had murmured aloud, peering cautiously down. The hole in the ground reminded me of one of those kids' slides, the types you see in McDonald's funhouses and ball pit playpens. Old and dusty and grimy, hard plastic. It went down about 6 or 7 feet into the darkness and then rounded a gentle corner. And there was something else too. Around the hole and around the tunnel's entrance, there's this general creeping sense of unease. It's tough to explain. There's this sense that the floor upon which you walk is fragile, far more fragile than you give it credit for. That everything is more fragile than you give it credit for, in fact. It's a cold and clammy sensation, and it gets right under your skin. You can hear the whispering more clearly when you're around the hole too, if you stay there long enough. In my early days, I would stick around that creepy tunnel for ages, despite the unease. The allure of the mystery was too great, almost an hour at a time. I even went down into the tunnel too, despite my caution. I poked around and had a good look to see where it led. I quickly stopped doing that. I don't go into Tartarus anymore. Not unless I have to. Not unless I really have to go down into that tunnel, but thankfully such an occasion is rare. I shiver. I don't much feel like talking about that right now. I take another sip of coffee, sighing with frustration as my right earbud cuts out yet again. Ah, damned thing. I take it out to fiddle with it some more, and in doing so, my ears pick up the sound of a pattering in the distance. My senses are primed at once. I reach into my pocket and I pause the music. I stand from the chair, set down my coffee, and determine from which direction the noise is coming from. The pattering rises into a murmur, and before long I hear the laughter and muffled speech of what sounds like a group of teenagers. Oh great, I haven't had to deal with something like this for a while. I check my watch. 1 a.m. I wonder what the cause could be this time. A break-in perhaps, or maybe just a group of idiots who hid away in some store and waited for the mall to close. Maybe they're doing some kind of YouTube video. That's what the last group were doing. When was that? August or September? I shake my head with a grumble. Yeah, idiots, I mutter, deciding on tonight's approach and folding my arms, waiting for the group to round the corner at the far side of the mall's open plan. Their laughter becomes louder and louder, growing more obnoxious with each step. They round the corner and my suspicions are confirmed. 5 teenagers, all washed in that subtle purple light. I'm standing so still that it takes a second for them to spot me. Once they do, however, their laughs cut out at once and the pattering ceases as they come to an awkward and sudden stop. I let the moment hang in the air and then I break it with a simple, "You kids shouldn't be in here, and get the hell out before I call the police." The one in the front opens his mouth to say something and glances at me from Tartarus and then back. I narrow my eyes. Interesting and troubling. I'm really hoping that these dumb kids aren't here to see Tartarus. Though none of them have their phones out, it doesn't look like they're filming any kind of video. "What are you doing here?" the kid at the front asks. He's got some stubble around his chin and an oversized white sweater. I can sense the general anxiety of the group, but this guy seems bolder than the others. "What the hell kind of question is that? I work here, get out. Don't make me ask you again. You're not wearing any kind of uniform, and what kind of security guard hangs out right in the middle of the mall?" The sweater takes a step forwards and again glances from me to Tartarus, less subtly this time. "Dude, no way. Was Rex telling the truth?" One of the girls of the group mutters to the boy beside her. She looks between me and the accursed store. "You're trespassing," I reiterate, raising my voice. "Just go, for God's sake. Leave by whatever way you came in and leave me to listen to my crappy music." The group's other girl, one whose sweaters laughed, looks up at me. "Why would you want to listen to crappy music?" she asks. I push some air out through my nose. "Oh God, it's not the music so much as the headphones. Look, that's really not important," I falter, squinting. "Hey, wait, don't I know you? You're one of Abby's friends, right?" "Abby is my daughter." The girl's eyes widen as she takes a step back. Yeah, I know you. For God's sakes, I'm Abby's father. You're Maddie or Riley or something like that." "Avery," she squeaks. "Yeah, that's it. Look, I remember you and you're a good kid. I'm sure you all are. So just get out of here. This is your final warning." "What about Tartarus?" Sweater asks me. I take another step towards the group. "What about it?" "Well, what's in there?" "Nothing." "That's a lie," chimes in one of the others, a boy to Sweater's right. Long blonde hair over his fringe. "There's stuff in there, we know there is." I take another step towards them. Kids these days so reckless. Back when I was young, if I had seen somebody like me in a place like this, at a time like this, I would have ran for my life, not engaged in chit-chat. "I don't know who you've been talking to," I reply through gritted teeth, "but I can assure you that there's nothing of interest to you or to anyone in that empty, old closed-down store. So you won't mind if we take a look around then?" Sweater replies, and he draws from his pocket. My key. I am actually taken by surprise. It glints violet in the light, but it's my key all right, there's no doubt about it. The long, sharp, and serrated silver key to Tartarus. I can see the store's logo or symbol, or whatever emblazoned across the handle in black. "How did you?" "Oh, you dropped it back there in the hallway." "Careless." There's a tense pause. "Now!" Sweater shouts, and the group disperses. Avery goes with Fringe and a pair, but the others all split up and run their separate ways. "Oh, for God's sake!" I bellow out into the mall, taking off after them. I mean, how could I be so careless? I dropped my key, but that's impossible. I'm always so careful. Never in all my years have I lost that key. I watch as Sweater tosses something shiny and silver to the group's other girl before she sprints down an adjacent hallway, past a Claire's and a Starbucks. I am taken by the coordination and pre-planning of this group. Not because Sweater actually passed her the key, but because he pretended to. It was a quick motion, but I caught it. It was only a coin. The actual key was hurriedly and subtly passed to Fringe before they parted ways. I saw the hands connect. "Oh, these guys are something else," I mutter as I change directions and head off after the duo. For God's sake, even if I get rid of them tonight, they'll probably be back. I might have to bring out the big guns to scare these ones away. I raced past the mall fountain, a white and marble thing with a life-sized horse carved as its central feature. It doesn't take me long to catch up to them. I may be old, but I'm sprier than I look. "Hey, not so fast," I call out, reaching out and grabbing the scruff of Fringe's jacket. He lets out a yelp and skids. Avery carries on a little further before stopping herself to look back at us. She puts her hands to her mouth. "Wait, Liam!" "Liam," I snarl, looking down into the kid's face as I catch my breath. "You've made a mistake here today, kid. Hand over the key and I'll think carefully about what it is that I'll tell your parents. If he's friends with Avery, then he probably goes to my daughter's school. And if that's the case, it shouldn't be too hard to work out who he is." "I can't give you it," he stutters, not so confident now. "Please." "Oh Jesus, have a little backbone, have some self-respect, kid. Now give it over before you make me take it from you. I've given you guys enough chances already and I'm really starting to lose my patience. Well, I can't give it to you because it's not mine to give. It's mine." "No sir, it isn't. It's Rex's." I pause. "Rex? Who the hell is Rex and what are you talking about?" "Oh, it's Bryce's brother." "Bryce? You know, the boy in the white sweater." "Oh, don't lie to me, kid. I know a Tartarus key when I see one." And then it hits me. A cold feeling spreads out from my stomach and I actually think to check my own pocket. The pocket that I keep the key in. And I realize that I've been duped. My key is right there in my pocket and it always was. I draw it out and it sparkles in the light. Silver with the black logo of Tartarus emblazoned upon it. Of course I didn't drop my key. I would never do such a thing. Which means, "You have your own key." My voice had dropped and the entire atmosphere had changed. I think perhaps that Liam and Avery could sense this. I release Liam from my grip and he stumbles away. Avery goes to him and they look up at me as I try not to panic. Starting to get quite scared now. "Where did you get the key?" I ask them, and then louder. "Where did you get it?" "I told you, Bryce's brother. I'm sorry, we thought that there might be someone guarding the store. Rex was drunk the other night, he's always drunk, and he told us." "What? What did he tell you?" "Well, he told us about Tartarus." "Is Rex one of the guards? Could he even be the guy that I saw that one time in the mall?" The sweat begins to bud on the back of my head. Very slowly and very calmly I say to them, "Just give me the key, that's it." Liam glances to Avery and she checks her watch with a glance. "Bryce never gave me the key," Liam says in a quiet voice. "He kept it the whole time." He turns out his jacket pockets and they're empty. I would be able to see its outline if they were in his jeans. I put my hands on my head. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me. I hear the sound of the metal sheet door of Tartarus being raised in the mall down the corridor behind me, and I shoot a look back into the purple gloom. "They'll have joined up with the others by now," Liam says. "The others?" "Oh, there's a whole group of them going down, like 7 or so. I think I said I'd be a part of the distraction." I turn to stare at Avery. She must see something in my eyes because she recoils. "Avery, is Abby with you? My daughter, Abby Jones. Come on, I know that you know her. You guys are friends." She pauses. "No, she isn't with us." I'm not convinced, and I can hear the running of quick footsteps in the distance. "Avery!" I grab her by the shoulders and she goes deathly pale. "You won't get in trouble and neither will she. I get it if you're trying to cover for your friend, but you have to tell me. Is Abby a part of this group?" "No, I said no." She stumbles over her words. "We asked her if she wanted to come and she said that it was stupid." "Well, at least one of you has some sense," I retort, releasing her. I'm not convinced, however. I'm really not convinced. I take off back down the corridor, leaving the 2 quaking kids behind. "Go home," I shout at them. racing through the midnight mall. I stumble to a stop by my massage chair, staring in horror at the entrance to Tartarus. The metal sheet that covers the door is not currently covering the entire door. It's clearly been lifted and dropped back down, and it hasn't settled properly into place. I can see from here that the door behind it is open. "Oh, come on," I say as I make my way to the door and haul the metal sheet up with a grunt, pushing into the store itself. I am instantly struck with a wave of unease. Handprints and shoe prints are marked all over the dusty counter and the top in front of me. I glance to my right as I stride over. The nearest mannequin rests awkwardly against the wall, a faceless man with his arm raised in a sad and silent wave. Darren R. It is written across the mannequin's face in black marker. I swallow with a dry throat. Could that be your writing, Rex? I try not to think about it, and I'm not supposed to know. I jump the counter and look down into the dark, hard plastic of the tunnel on the floor. I run my hands through my gray flecked hair and I look around. The mannequins watch silently, judging. I swear some more and I slam a fist down onto the counter. I think over the instructions. 1. Watch Tartarus. 2. Don't let anyone in. 3. Don't let anyone out. I also think about whether or not my daughter might be amongst this group of young idiots. How close she was to the people who had just leapt so foolishly down into the dark. I consider what I would want if another parent saw my Abby head down into such a dangerous place. And after a moment, I sigh and return to the front door of the store, locking it closed behind me, and then heading back to the hole behind the counter. I don't get paid enough for this shit, I mutter as I prepare to follow on down. The tunnel in the ground seems to know that I intend to enter. The whispering coming from the depths increases, becoming a fog-like shivering and rattling around the back of my head. I sit myself down on the tunnel's edge, and with one last deep breath, I push myself off the side and drop down into the dark. The hard plastic of the tunnel carries me down and around the corner like a slide as it goes down, turning this way and that before steadily leveling out. I grunt and readjust myself as I slow to a stop. The tunnel is rather claustrophobic, but it's fine. I've been down here before. I have to turn onto my front, on my hands and knees. I do so and I crawl forward for about 2 minutes or so before rounding one last corner. Ahead of me at the end of the tunnel is a narrow pinprick of pale purple light, the same shade to the light in the mall upstairs. I mutter to myself, pushing down the fear, and I continue my crawling, knees aching as I do so. You gotta be careful, Matthew, I think to myself, chiding myself for being so careless. Can't let this sort of thing happen again. This was too many kids by far. The purple light at the end of the tunnel grows a little brighter. The view into the world beyond becomes clear. I can't hear any of the teenagers, I realize, which is not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. My heart is pounding. I'm not supposed to be down here. No one is supposed to be down here. And yet, here we are. Oh, pull yourself together, I think. Let's get this over with. Abby might be down here, despite what Avery said. She might be down here with her friends. And I clamber out from the tunnel's exit and into the place that lies beyond. Beyond and beneath. I stand in a room with blue-green peeling walls, scuffed floors. It kind of looks like the Tartarus store, only with a different color scheme. And there are no mannequins. No creepy-ass mannequins with names and initials written all over their faces. The windows ahead are not boarded up, and there is no metal sheet over the door that leads out. I glance behind me. And the tunnel does not go down into the floor, of course. It instead carries on in a straight line and disappears through the back wall. I return my gaze to the room's front door and I stride towards it, heading out, out and into the plain beyond. And goosebumps shiver up my skin as I step through the door and I look around, reminding myself of the layout. I stand in a mirror reflection of the mall upstairs. It changes and warps the further from the tunnel's exit that you go. But here, for now, I stand more or less in the center of a copy of the mall. A copy with a few key differences, of course. As always, there is that faint, almost imperceptible music. Orchestral, sad but beautiful. You have to strain to hear it, but it's there. It's always there. It sounds like it's always on the verge of a crescendo that never comes. My surroundings and I are bathed in that same purple light, but there is no moon on this side. No stars are visible through the glass above. There is only pitch black. It isn't clear where the light comes from exactly. It just seems to hang in the air. I turn around. The Tartarus store stands behind me, though it isn't called Tartarus on this side. It's called Gaia. And while the windows are empty and free from displays of any kind, they are not boarded up. There is no metal sheet that I had to lift to get out. The door is unlocked and easily accessible. While at first glance the surrounding stores seem familiar and plain, close inspection of each reveals that they are anything but. There is no English used down here. The letters might appear to be recognizable if you skim your eyes past them, but the storefronts are covered in no native language of mine. It's nothing but strange symbols and unusual lines and shapes. My footsteps echo as I walk the length of the mall's central hallway, closer to the fountain and the statue upon it. It's not a horse on this side. It's an enormous, coiled snake. White marble, lidless and staring eyes. And sitting atop of it, I jump in shock and swear to myself under my breath. He's often lurking around down here, but he's never in the same place. And he's a frightful thing too, to put it lightly. "Hello, Minos," comes the voice of the figure sat upon the snake's head, like a hiss almost. The voice is smooth and unsettling. "Good evening, Typhon," I reply steadily, composing myself and looking up at him. "You're looking handsome tonight." And Typhon has tonight chosen the form of myself. Sitting up on the top of the snake is a copy of me, though, as with them all, the copy is twisted. His copy of me is pure white, and when I say that, I mean everything. The hair, the skin, the clothes, all a mist-like, ghostly white. All except for the eyes. There is no color in the eyes, just a void black. Typhon grins and flickers out his tongue like a snake's. He cocks his head at me. "Oh, you've made a tragic mistake tonight, haven't you, Minos?" Typhon does not know my name. It's safer that way, and I intend to keep it as such. He knows that it begins with an M, however, and he chooses to refer to me as Minos. A mistake, sure. I don't intend for it to be tragic, though. We all make mistakes. "Oh, so more than others," he replies, licking his teeth. He doesn't blink. There's a pause. "Well, I'd best be looking for them then," I say, doing my best to sound casual. "I imagine you saw where they all went." "I did. I saw where they went." "And I don't suppose you're going to be telling me, are you?" "When did I become so predictable?" he says with a stretched white grin. "Yeah," I mutter in response. "All right, I'll be seeing you then." I start walking around the statue of the snake on its fountain. I watch in the side of my eye as Typhon creeps like a lizard across the statue's head. "Have you thought some more about the offer that I made you, Minos?" Typhon asked, his voice dropping and the hiss in his throat becoming more prominent. "It'll save you a great deal of trouble a little further down the line." "I doubt that," I reply. looking directly ahead and leaving the statue of the snake behind me. And as before, my answer is no.
Well, the offer stands. I do hope you change your mind.
I hear the sound of Typhon scuttling down the marble of the statue. I shoot a quick glance over my shoulder, but he's already vanished. And when I'm sure that he's gone, I breathe just a little easier. It may not seem like it, but Typhon scares me more than most down here. And he was in a good mood tonight. I continue on along my way, aware that the clock is ticking, ears straining for any hint of the group, listening intently for any clattering, speaking, or screaming to accompany that faint music. I think hard. The kid in the oversized white sweater, the ringleader of this little group. What was it that the duo upstairs had said his name was? Bryce. And Bryce's older brother is a guy named Rex, a nighttime alcoholic by their accounts, and the owner of the key that Bryce had used to get them all down here. Oh, this troubles me greatly. Ignorance is bliss, and I know more now than I had wanted to. So Rex is likely one of my mysterious colleagues, another of the shift workers, the tragic guardians of Tartarus. It fits, given the existence of the R initial scrawled across many of the mannequins upstairs, and this colleague of mine has supposedly been careless with his key. Idiot, I mutter, though my heart goes out to him. And now his brother is down here in the depths, maybe with Abby. I increase my pace. If I had heard stories about this place from an older brother through drunk ramblings, I guess, where would I want to go first if I was some stupid kid? A couple of potential answers come to mind and I settle on one, adjusting my course and heading to the right. I pass beneath the silent, watchful gaze of the eerie storefronts on either side. The color schemes, all washed in violet of course, seem vaguely familiar in one's peripheral vision. But when you turn to look directly at them, well, as I said, they ain't anything recognizable, dreamlike and nonsensical. I can hear voices ahead, male and female kids' voices. It's them all right. I start jogging. I round the next corner. In the mall upstairs, the actual mall I guess, this right here would be one of the mall's exits. The corridor leads to a large bookstore, and if you walk right through the center then you leave into one of the parking lots. You can see the exit from the store's entrance. Down here, however, beneath Tartarus, the bookstore does not lead to an exit. It only leads into more corridors of the mall. There are no windows. There are glass panes in the walls, sure, but they only give you a view back into the mall, not to the outside. The layout starts getting weirder from here, more labyrinth-like, less Euclidean, if it please you. In the center of the bookstore is another feature that is missing in the one upstairs, a giant carved titan. It cowers with one hand above its monstrous face, snarled in rage and fear. As with the snake and I suppose with the horse, it appears to be made of white marble, and it is so huge that it takes up the bulk of the room's center. Even the escalators do not rise above the top of its head. And the teenagers are in here. There are 7 of them, as Liam and Avery had suggested there would be. There's Bryce again, the white sweater guy. There's the 2 from the initial group, a boy and a girl, and 4 new ones. I am relieved to see that Abby is not with them though, and it appears that Avery may have told the truth. It does concern me though what Bryce might have told Abby about this place, about Tartarus, and whether she would have believed any of it. And if she did, whether she connected any of it to myself. Upon my arrival, they all turned to me at once, high off the energy of doing something that you're not supposed to. The feverish excitement of being in some place secretive and strange. None of them have any idea what sort of danger they're in. I can see it in their faces. None except for Bryce, maybe. I come to a stop and we regard each other, them and I. Do they know, kid? I ask him after a beat, careful not to use his name. Do they know the danger that you put them all in tonight? I look them over. And don't use each other's names. If you call each other by your real names down here, you might not get back up. There are creatures down here that are always listening. Oh, what's he talking about, Bryce? One of the girls asks him, the excitement faltering in her demeanor. Oh, for God's sake, I bellow, striding forward. They back up against the base of the statue of the Titan. What did I just say? What the hell is wrong with teenagers? Why are you all so thoughtless? I jab a finger into the girl's face. I appreciate that she's just a girl and I'm a grown man, and the gesture must come across as quite frightening, but frankly, I don't care. My priority is getting them all out of here. I said no names. No names. Do not use my name if you happen to know it. Do not use your friends' names, or else you might just get stuck down here forever. I grab Bryce's collar and I swing him around, throwing him a little ways towards the bookstore's entrance, back towards the mall corridor the way we came. You put your friends in danger tonight, I tell him. Now you can think of a way to apologize to them as we head back to the entrance. Oh, screw off, old man, Bryce replies, snarling at me. Bryce, murmurs the girl behind me in shock. I spin around. If I have to tell you one more time. Hey, leave her alone, Bryce shouts. We're not gonna go with you. We all knew the risks coming down here, and we're not leaving until we've completed our mission. What the hell are you talking about, kid? I reply, exasperated. Why are you so intent on being down here? Just let me do my job, for Christ's sake. I'm getting real tired of this shit. Why are you so stubborn? This isn't the place for some dumb teenage urban exploring. We're not urban exploring, you old miserable man, Bryce replies, folding his arms and fuming. My brother gets sicker every day. I won't say his name, but you know who I mean. He's worked at the mall for so long, I don't know why he doesn't just quit already. The contracts last 3 years, I murmur. He can quit at the end of every 3-year period if he wanted to. Well then why doesn't he? Why does he put himself through it again and again and again? And what the hell even is this place? He put his head in his arms and then throws them out wide. It's all real, it's all real. I thought that it was drugs. I thought that my brother might be wasting away in some crack den. But the more that I researched, the more I stalked and watched. It's all real. Tartarus. He pauses, gathering himself. My friends came down here with me voluntarily. They trust me because I trust them. There's a murmur of determined agreement from behind me, from the little gathering. Bryce's eyes flash. And if it's all real, then that means that Typhon is real, and that it's his fault. It's all his fault. The air in the corners of my vision begin to shimmer slightly. A book on a nearby table stand starts to shake. Kid, I say carefully and quietly. I walk forward and try to usher him onwards. It's time to go. He shoves me away and his friends go to stand by his side, staring back at me, some anxiously, some defiantly. It's Typhon's fault that my brother is stuck in this job. I'm not sure how exactly, but I know it must be his fault, and I know that he's evil. So we're gonna find him and we're gonna kill him. I cannot help a panicked laugh escaping my throat, which seems to rile Bryce up even further. Kid, what are you saying? You think you'd be able to kill Typhon? You think you'd be able to, even if it were possible? This is insane. Unless you want to put your disappearance on your brother who's already struggling, then go back to the entrance, all of you. A voice from above cuts through our clamor like ice. It is a disconnected fragment of a sentence, chilling in its lack of context. The voice is neither male nor female, raspy and cold.
hissing in bouts of fiery spouts. The big one shouts.
I know what I'll see before even looking up. It's one of Typhon's playthings. We're steadily running out of time here. The eyes of the kids before me go wide with terror as they look up to the ceiling. I crane my neck unenthusiastically. Above us is the plaything in question. It has the rough form of a human. Like Typhon, it's entirely white. But unlike him, however, the thing has no eyes. No features on its head at all, actually. No face, no hair, no ears. Just a blank canvas. It has one large mouth in the center of its chest. The mouth puckers and it salivates as it creeps across the ceiling. It moves tentatively but surely, like a spider. It has no legs, but instead, it boasts 6 arms. 2 from where you would expect. 2 from the joints where its legs should be. And 2 from its hips. It's an abomination. And abominations are aplenty down here. "What the hell is that?" the boy to Bryce's right asks. The boy from upstairs, adorned in a blue hoodie. "That is our cue to leave," I reply, pushing them towards the entrance. "Is this all of you? There's nobody else, just you 7. Most of them are stricken by the monster overhead, but 2 of them nod at me in response.
"Games.
Hisses the creature.
I would love a game. Love, love, a lone flower in the cold field."
Its ramblings are lost to a general murmur as I quickly draw the door to the bookstore closed behind us. Bryce gathers himself. He glares at me with a purpose and determination well beyond his years. "I came here for a reason. There are worse things than Typhon down here. My brother talks in his sleep. He mumbles when he's wasted. I know what needs to be done and I'm not afraid." And the kid pushes right past me. He slams open the bookstore door and races right through to the doors on the opposite side. Blue Hoodie goes with him. One of the new girls goes as well. "I've got your back, man," the boy shouts as he joins his comrade. "Yeah, we're with you," the girl cries. "You idiots. You'll never see the daylight again." I roar after them, painfully conscious of Typhon's plaything, scuttling across these shelves above and after them. I swivel back to the rest of the group. My chest tightens up. Fine. They want to disappear so badly, then so be it. Forget them. Anybody else want to die down here in the dark? I am met with stricken silence. Good. Then let's go. I grab 2 of them and start to run back through the mall, but I let them go after a few seconds. They are all running with me this time, back through the corridors and back past the statue of the snake. I glance up, but Typhon himself has vanished. He could be anywhere now. We stumble towards the entrance to Gaia. "In you go," I pant, and grimacing as I catch my breath and stretch out one of my legs. Back through the tunnel. One of the girls turns to me. She's from the original group that I saw upstairs. Curly black hair. "But what about Bright?" She stops herself. "What about the others? We can't just leave them." I clench my jaw. Hey, they made their choice and I ain't their babysitter. She grabs me by the sleeve. "Oh, please, sir, please. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry that we made you come down here, and I'm sorry that we all thought this was a good idea. But you can't just leave them." I look at the faces of the kids before me, hesitating. "They'll never give up," says one of the boys. "Never. If you don't go after him, then he's going to die. Please, we're sorry." I blow some air through my nose. "I ain't giving you my key," I tell them. "And if I go up to unlock the Tartarus door for you, then by the time that I get back down here, it'll be too late. If I go after them, then who knows what'll happen. There's no telling when I'll be back. You might have to wait for the next person on shift to come and let you out." "Oh, that's not so bad," one of the boys replies bravely. Bravely or foolishly. How long would that be? I glance at my watch. 2.5 hours or so. Oh, that's not so bad. Perhaps not, but... I pause. But what? The girl with curly hair replies. But whoever comes to let you out will be bound to the rules, just like myself. Watch Tartarus. Don't let anybody in. Don't let anyone out. But there's no telling whether or not they would actually let you out. I finish simply. We're not supposed to let anybody out, and the longer that you stay in Tartarus in the realm below, the worse that it gets. There's a long silence and the kids look at each other. An unspoken agreement passes between them. Guys? Curly asks, and the others nod. She turns back to me. Please, we can wait, just go after them. I consider the request and then speak quietly. For God's sake. I point to the tunnel. Head up anyway, I don't want you creeping around down here. Head up to Tartarus and wait for me there. I start jogging away again back through the mall. I turn to look over my shoulder and I jab a finger at them. Hurry, and don't touch those mannequins. And as they scurry back to the tunnel, I let out a heavy sigh and I carry onwards. Onwards through the purplish light of the world below. For better or for worse. God help me. Racing through the mall, I again reach the bookstore, the store that marks the edge of this branch of the complex. I put a hand on the glass pane on the window and I look through, peering this way and that for any sign of Typhon's abomination. Oh, where are you? I mutter as I cautiously push through, taking the key from my pocket and brandishing it like a weapon. The door squeaks as I step inside and it closes behind me. Step by step, I walk the length of the room, round the statue of the agonized titan in between the still and silent escalators. Nothing. Though this is not necessarily a good sign, it likely followed on after the trio. Already across the room, I push through the next set of doors and out into the corridor beyond. To my left and right are more stores. Endless, bleary, and unidentifiable stores. I look down to my watch and a sharp chord is played in the distant orchestra. I wonder if perhaps I'm wasting my time. These kids have brought this fate upon themselves after all. I notice a trash can knocked to the ground. There's no trash inside of it, of course, but a decent indicator of where they might have gone nonetheless. I take the corridor beyond it to the left. The pattern on the floor here is covered in subtle, false shadows. It gives the impression that it rises and falls in unusual places, making it difficult to move in a straight line. I think about Rex, about the young man that I saw that one time while starting my shift, about the look in his eyes, my fellow guardian. Bryce is his brother. He might be a little shit, but Rex is a watcher of Tartarus, a gatekeeper like myself, and I'm just not one to leave people behind if I can help it. The stores here stand at weird angles. A bench beside me is longer and thinner at one end than it is at the other. It looks normal when viewed from a certain angle, but from any other it is strange and disturbing. The way ahead branches into 3 paths, and I come to a stop, catching my breath. Which way did they go? As I consider the options, a clear drop of liquid falls in front of my face, splatting quietly against the ground by my feet. I look up, and above me is an abomination. Perched against the ceiling and staring right at me. I mean, it has no eyes, so technically it's not staring at me, but it might as well be. It certainly feels like it is. Its body is angled towards mine and a low hiss reverberates out from its enormous mouth. Quietly and slowly I edge away. You know where they went, don't you? I murmur.
Now don't get distracted by me now. You just keep going and I'll follow. Follow the yellow brick road. Bricks and stones may shake my bones. I want to go to the theater tomorrow.
It rambles in a low, wet voice. It licks its teeth and creeps just a little bit closer to me. No, I warn, heart pounding, reaching into my pocket to grab the key. Keep going on your way.
Which way to the train station? He tells me that we're running out of time.
It creeps closer. This one is interested, it would seem. These things can be tricked, though. There is a formula which has varied results, the nonsense that they spout. They react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives, and you can use that against them. The theater, I began standing my ground. There's no room on the upper deck. We have to go to the lower floor.
Lower the flag. The parade will end soon.
The abomination whispers. As these sweat down my back, it starts to chill. Still, it creeps closer. Saliva drips to the ground with another wet splat. Lower, I repeat. Lower levels, the end. There are lower levels than this.
Oh, lower levels. Lower.
The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. I brandish the key before me and it glints violet in the light. The abomination pauses.
There are worse levels below.
It repeats. We regard each other for a moment more. The lower levels are worse, and there are worse levels below, and I could send you there. I finish and the abomination is done. With a little hiss, our twisted palaver is done and it turns from me, continuing on along its way, crawling across the ceiling. I check around to see if there are more, and once I'm happy, I follow along after it. It'll have Bryce's scent now, if none of the others. I'm careful to keep a comfortable distance, but I feel sure enough to return my key to my pocket. And glancing around warily as the abomination leads me deeper into the labyrinth. Through corridor after corridor, the sound of hissing grows louder. Through passage after passage, and at last, there they are. Around this final corner stood in the middle of a wide intersection of varyingly sized corridors are my trio. Bryce, Blue Hoodie, and the girl. They stand in the shadow of another marble Titan statue. The ceiling is higher in this section of the mall and the Titan towers up towards it. Its upper chest, head and shoulders are above the mall's next level. It looks like there are more stores above us, but there is no way to reach them. The Titan's fists are balled in rage, an emotion frozen in time. The abominations are creeping their way around almost every visible surface. There must be at least 50 or more. Jesus, I murmur. And Bryce is hurriedly reading through the pages of a small notebook. Blue Hoodie and the girl are standing on either side of him, sweating and anxious, watching the encroaching abominations. Blue Hoodie spots me first and he nudges Bryce. The three of them look over to me and Bryce grimaces, stowing the notebook away in his pocket. "Why are you still following us?" he asks, his voice echoing around the space. I cringe and glance from abomination to abomination. "They are going to hurt us," Bryce says, though he doesn't sound too convinced. "I know what they are, what they used to be." "You don't know jack shit," I reply. "Now what do I have to say to convince you to come back? There are people who care about you, you know. Not me, but people." Bryce half smiles and raises his voice. "Typhon," he shouts, to a sudden shiver of hissing around the room. "I want to make you an offer." I shake my head with gritted teeth as a cool draft blows down the nearest corridor. "Hello," Typhon replies. All eyes look up to see him leaning over the rail of the floor above us, peering down with that grin stretched wide across his face. He has taken the form of Bryce, an altered Bryce, of course. Pure white with those black, unblinking eyes. The three kids draw a little bit closer together.
What do we have here?
Typhon asks as he drifts down from the rails like smoke, settling on one of the Titan's knees and resting there.
Two young gentlemen and a young lady.
He looks over to me. His gaze is, as always, cold.
These fine folks with you, Minos.
Typhon, I mutter, raising a hand. Just let these ones go. He laughs, and the abominations all perched and wait around us echo the sound with a series of hisses.
Oh, let them go. I'm not keeping them.
Typhon's attention drifts back to Bryce, and he leans forward, resting his chin in his hands. His snake-like tongue flickers out from his mouth.
You think you have an offer to make me, young man?
I know you like to make deals and bargains, Bryce begins, reaching into his pocket. But Typhon interrupts.
Oh, do you now? You must know all sorts of things. How clever. A clever man.
His grin stretches wider still, cracking the corners of his mouth.
Clever.
Echo the abominations, hissing.
Clever and cleaver. Needs to be cleaved. Four-leaf cleaver.
My blood chills.
And what kind of deal and bargain would you like to make with me today?
Typhon asks, staring down into Bryce's face. Bryce swallows and draws from his pocket the key to Tartarus, his brother's key glinting purple in the light. What the hell are you doing? I hiss to him, but he ignores me. I will give you this key, Bryce says. He's doing his best, but he doesn't sound as confident as he did before. I will give you the key to Tartarus in exchange for something of equal value.
And what would that be?
Typhon asks, the purple-silver shine of the key reflecting in those black pools of his eyes. Release all the abominations attributed to R. Just let them go.
Ooh, now that is an interesting request.
Typhon replies after a pause, slithering around the Titan's knee and standing instead on his foot, a little closer to us but still a meter or so above the ground.
Attributed to R, you say? Well, I don't have the first idea which of my playthings were the responsibility of your brother.
You're a liar, Bryce replies, though still trying to keep his composure.
Oh, so R is your brother then? I thought I had picked up on a family resemblance. Noted. So you stole his key. Are you sure that it's really yours to offer in trade?
Bryce falters. Typhon chuckles and speaks on.
And I'm not lying to you. It's so difficult to keep track of who sends me my playthings. And why would I care? It matters not who allows them down.
I watch this back and forth with white knuckles and a clenched jaw. I don't know if Typhon is truly interested in the key. He's never expressed any particular interest in mine, though it's possible that Bryce knows something that I don't. Bryce grips the key a little bit tighter and he holds it a little bit higher. Let the abominations go. That's why my brother keeps doing his job. Year after year, it's because he can't forgive himself. He can't forgive himself for all the people that he's let through, and he'll never stop coming here until they're all free. The Typhon starts making his way towards Bryce. His steps are slow and lazy, but his eyes remain fixed resolutely on the boy.
Do you know what I would do with this key? I would use it as bait. Your brother will try to come down here and retrieve it for me. I don't know how he'll get down without a key, but he's a smart lad. He'll find a way. I doubt his employers would accept such a loss.
He grins.
If they know that you were able to steal his key in the first place, well, then the damage might already be done.
Bryce lowers his hand a little and he stutters. His employers?
Ah,
Typhon says, his eyes flashing.
So you don't know everything then. Interesting, so very interesting.
He's standing right in front of Bryce now, looking directly into his eyes.
Oh, your offer is a fun one. But I don't accept offers made by mortals. Allow me to propose one of my own.
Is this Bryce's plan, I wonder? A bargain, and a dangerous one at that. I rack my brains as how to get them out of this. But the next phrase kicks in even as I mull it over. Typhon's attention flickers back to the key. The same violet light shines in the void, and his tongue darts out past his teeth. And in this moment, Bryce suddenly raises his voice. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. There's a rumbling of hissing from around the room, but my stomach drops. That's not going to work on Typhon, kid, I shout at him. You have no idea what you're doing. Enough is enough. But Bryce carries on. He holds the key in the manner that one would hold a cross in the face of a vampire. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. And Typhon is entranced, fixed on the key. He does not move, and I do not believe what I'm seeing. No, surely not. This simple trick, it wouldn't work on Typhon, it couldn't. It barely works on the abominations. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below, and I will send you there. Bryce finishes, and in this exact moment, the kids to either side of him, the boy and the girl with their eyes downcast and barely moving, extras even, not worth a second look, completely devoid of Typhon's attention, they jump suddenly into action. And two sharp blades, long knives drawn from inside their clothes, are stabbed into Typhon's chest. There's a sudden scream and a blast of icy Arctic wind. The abominations and the kids and myself are all knocked backwards as the screech echoes around and around the hall. The elbow of the great marble titan cracks and dust rains down from its joints. The Typhon twitches in agony, and he collapses like a stone to the ground with a thud. And for a moment, we are stuck in stunned silence. The abominations are likewise frozen. No one dares to move. And then a dark grin spreads out across Bryce's face. He looks to me. You see? He begins quietly and then louder. You see what I told you, old man? It worked. He looked down at Typhon's corpse. The tension now eased, he releases a laugh. You couldn't help yourself, could you? He taunts. And that's when you're at your weakest, when being offered something that you want. Bryce laughs and hugs his friends, drawing them close. He's giddy with excitement. That was for Rex. He shouts with glee and he turns to the abominations. You are free. But the abominations do not rejoice. The mood cracks.
Rex.
Typhon whispers with delight. Bryce spins around in alarm to find Typhon standing behind him, hands clasped behind his back. The corpse vanishes in a burst of mist. Bryce panics and stumbles, shoving the key into Typhon's face. Typhon pushes it aside with a sigh, his tongue running quickly over his teeth as if it had a mind of its own.
I don't want your key.
Typhon hisses. He twitches.
I don't need it to lure your brother down. He comes down all the time. And Rex, you say? His name is Rex.
Stay back. Bryce splutters, his courage completely shot. The lower levels are worse. There are worse. Typhon laughs in Bryce's face and increases his height. He's still using the boy's form, but it grows now, stretching upwards like a snake.
Rex.
Typhon laughs feverishly, drunkenly almost. He looks up to the sky and laughs all the louder.
Rex. A noble name. What's in a name, Bryce?
He stares suddenly down into the face of the boy, his black eyes shining and terrible. I'd begun to retreat, careful and slow. I beckoned to the others, to Blue Hoodie and the girl, and they all begun to creep towards me, but Bryce is trapped, transfixed.
Oh, this was fun.
Typhon says airily, tapping Bryce on the head.
But I think we're done now, Bryce.
Typhon has begun to salivate grotesquely. Saliva spills from his lips and splashes against the cold floor below.
Oh, I can't wait to meet him. We have so much to discuss.
Typhon's neck slithers around and his eyes meet mine.
I've made him the same offer that I made you, Minos.
He whispered.
I wonder if he'll be more inclined to agree when his brother lies below. Especially now that I know his name.
I take a step back as the abominations close in. What have you done, kid? I murmur. What have you done? And Typhon giggles with glee, frothing at the mouth, and his twisted form, his pale copy of Bryce, stretches further up above our heads like a monstrous cobra.
Rex, Rex, Rex.
He repeats over and over, and he points carelessly down at the quivering Bryce below.
I'm done with this one,
he says to the waiting, watching crowd with a wave of his hand.
Bryce can be taken.
Hissing and salivating, the abominations scurry towards him. I leap from my position and close the gap in seconds, grabbing the boy by the collar of his sweater and hauling him out of there, roughly pushing aside the abominations as they cluster around us. They are more cautious of me than they are of Bryce. I knew that much already, but still there's just too many. I struggle under the growing weight of the creatures, their cold, clammy hands all over my face and body. I feel their hot, wet breath against my skin, their hissing in my ears. I can feel the sting of their teeth as they bite at my arms and legs to keep me in place. To keep me in place so as to undergo the process. I can feel one of my hands starting to become numb as their paralyzing saliva begins taking effect. And I can feel them tugging at Bryce, pulling at his joints as he cries out in alarm. Oh, there's too many of them, just too many. They're wild and unfocused, frenzied and riled up by their master. In fact, I realize the truth about the chaos. They're getting in each other's way. I can probably get myself out of here, but to do so, I'll have to let go of the lad. He screams louder. Just to let him go and you can escape, Matthew. Crap. And you know what? I prepare to do just that. I make my decision to abandon him. It's brutal, but tough decisions have to be made down here. I curse and release my grip, bitterly ready to leave behind the boy for whom I've already risked so much. And in that moment, two voices cry out loud above the clamor. My name is Emma Ray, calls out the girl just ahead. Jackson, calls out Blue Hoodie, just off to the right. My name is Jackson. And confusion bubbles amidst the ranks of the abominations. The clustered crowd around me thins as their attention is diverted and displaced.
Jackson.
And Typhon repeats from up high.
Emma Ray.
He grins and dismisses them with a wave of his hand. The mass of abominations split. The ones further back go for their new targets, for the boy or for the girl. I swallow a great breath of air as the pressure against me is reduced. I shove away the gaping, gnawing mouth of the abomination on my arm, drawing blood as I do so, and I briefly turn around, reaching back for Bryce and grabbing him and hauling him out of there as fast as I physically can. Jackson swings around his blade. I catch it, flashing in the corner of my eye. Emma Ray does likewise. But they are too far away for me to help them now. There are too many abominations between us. Get back to the corridor, I shout to them, and I glance back. Bryce has an expression of terror and bewilderment frozen across his face. His eyes are wide. One of his arms is bleeding and one is fixed in place, hung awkwardly out from one side, paralyzed by the look of it. He limps, and a quick look down makes it clear that he was struggling to flex the muscles in one of his legs. I stop and stumble and hoist him up into a fireman's carry. No easy feat when one of your hands has basically fallen asleep, and begin barreling my way back to the corridor. "On me, kids," I shout, already exhausted and now facing the prospect of running all the way back to the main hall with this teenager on my back. But the kids are in no position to join up with me. I shoulder away one of the screeching abominations, cursing as I feel the teeth from one of their massive mouths crunch into my leg. I stamp right into its throat and it chokes, struggling beneath my boot before it scuttles away.
Kids.
Hisses one of the nearest creatures.
Kids today, gone tomorrow.
Tomorrow never comes, I mutter quickly in response, backing up and into the corridor. Looking to my right and to my left, I watch as the knives of the two brave children go flashing and slashing. I watch as they're gradually lost beneath the sea of the creatures. Tomorrow never comes, I continue, so lower your expectations. Expectations as salutations. Lower your expectations, lower your levels. There are levels below. The levels below are worse. There are worse levels below.
There are worse levels below.
The abomination repeats, slinking back a little, though keeping me within pouncing distance. "Guys!" Bryce screams, writhing on my back. "Guys, come back!" But they cannot hear him. The hissing rises. Emma Ray's blade comes up above the tide of abominations for the final time, and she is lost beneath the monsters. "Jesus," I say, still retreating. Looking over now to the boy in the blue hoodie, to Jackson. I catch flashes of blue amidst the pale skin of the abominations. An abomination steps on the dropped blade with one of its cold hands, and it skids across the floor and away. The creatures have sensed these two kids to be the easier targets and have largely left us alone for now. And a quick glimpse through the crowd shows us Jackson's fate. His is the fate of everyone who gets taken by the abominations. The teenager is paralyzed and frozen. His legs are in process of being swallowed up whole into one of the abomination's mouths. His arm is lost in the gullet of another. "Jackson!" Bryce screams out, struggling, but I do not let him go. The abominations fight each other, pushing and grabbing and throttling with their many hands, hissing and screeching until one of them wins the fight, and Jackson is once again lost to view. They will take everything they can. The abominations will absorb all but his most basic core essence, and he will be left as warped and distorted as the beings that surround us. It's time to go. "I'm sorry, kids," I mutter, turning to take my leave. I catch Typhon's eye as I do so, the black eye and the white now ringed with orange and rivers of yellow, like a hot and burning coal. The stretched and snake-like creature towers over us all. "Rex," he mouths, licking his teeth with that serpentine tongue, and then loudly he speaks.
"I'll be seeing you again soon, Minos."
"I'm sure you will," I reply sadly, shoving to the side one of the bolder abominations as I flee the scene. "No!" Bryce shouts, doing his best to kick me with his working leg. "You have to go back, please." "I'm sorry, bud, this ain't the time though," I reply grimly as I make my hasty retreat through the distorted mall complex. A couple more corners, just a touch further, and yes, there it is. The bookstore just up ahead. I can see the statue of the Titan through the glass. Bryce has begun to sob. There's no fight left in him now, poor guy. "Nearly there," I grunt, unable to keep myself from slowing at this stage. "Just a bit further." I push us through the double doors of the bookstore with my good hand, and they swing quietly closed behind us. For a moment, there is no sound but that distant orchestra, and then I nearly jump out of my skin as an abomination creeps around the corner ahead from between the shelves. It could well be the one from earlier, Perhaps it never left the store after all. God, can you walk, kid? Yeah, he replies, and I set him down. He stumbles and staggers into the nearest shelf, and a book goes falling to the ground. The abomination cocks its head, hissing with its great wet mouth as it creeps in a wide arc around us. Just get through the door, I'll be right after you. Go on now, I say to Bryce, and to his credit, he does so. He limps, and I make sure to keep myself between the abomination and he.
Go on without me, it'll be okay.
The abomination hisses as I back up through the store, still trying to catch my breath. I bump into a table and send another couple of the books to the floor. I grab the Tartarus key in my pocket and I hold it out in front of me. It's okay, I mutter, beginning the little trick. It's okay up here, but it's harder lower. The abomination pauses.
Hard. It'll be hard without you, Darren.
I hesitate and a slow chill runs up my spine. What did you say? As I mentioned before, the abominations spout nonsense. They react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. And this too you can use against them. I could hear Bryce behind me breathing hard as he watches our interaction. The abomination hisses at me and it approaches. I raise the key.
What did you say? Where did you go? Who turns out the lights?
Darren, I repeat quietly. Was that your name before? Are you giving me sentences that you said yourself? Or are you repeating when somebody said to you once before, perhaps a long time ago? The abomination is stopped mid-creep, body angled towards mine. It does not reply, nor does it repeat or echo my words. Gritting my teeth, I step towards it, sweating. I'm going to go for it. The penalty for screwing up is rough, but it would be good if I could save just one more. The abomination does not scuttle away at my approach, nor does it lurch forward to tear into my hand. It instead sits tensed as I place my palm on the pale smooth skin of its head. Darren, I mutter. Your name is Darren, and I free you now from the clutches of Tartarus. What follows is no pause, no moment to consider. Reacting instantly, the abomination rears up on its hind legs and it dry heaves. It makes a strangled and gurgled screech and it heaves again. This time with a torrent of saliva that splashes across the thready carpet of the bookstore. I watch, wide-eyed and waiting, taking a step back as the monster writhes. And at last, it convulses violently, and it heaves up an entire person. Naked and soaking wet, a man in his mid-20s by the looks of it. And all that is left behind is an empty skin, a twitching, pale, and crumpled pile of skin, like what a shedding snake might leave behind, if a little larger and with more teeth. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and crouch down, nudging the expelled body. Darren? I ask quietly and the body stirs. What the hell? Bryce mutters from behind me. Oh great, more carrying. Love to carry you guys around. I grumble to myself as I hoist this disgusting, slippery naked man up into my back. Bryce does not seem in the mood for humor, and I don't really blame him. But he and I walk side by side and back through the mall, back past the statue of the coiled snake and towards the entrance to Gaia. The man on my back has begun to stir. It doesn't usually take them this long. Good, I say as I set him down with a grunt. He slips and staggers to the ground, and I reach out a hand to help him back up. He stares at me and at Bryce, at his surroundings. Hey, don't worry about it, pal. You've been saved, I sniff. You're welcome. You'll get your voice back within the hour. Now be a good lad and go through that there tunnel. Darren turns to look through the doorway to Gaia, at the long tunnel that burrows into the peeling green-blue wall at the back. Hey, go through first, Bryce. He'll follow, I say, and the boy nods. Hey, kid, I say, and he pauses and looks to me. He looks awful, shell-shocked and broken. I'm sorry about your friends. He pauses and then nods again, the reality of the consequences of his actions settling in as he begins to crawl through the tunnel. Darren looks to me and I urge him forward. He goes. And after one final glance around the realm below, I follow. Till next time, I whisper to no one in particular and then I head on in behind the others. It's significantly more effort on the way back up. You gotta put out your hands and knees to wedge yourself in place for the steeper parts. And Darren didn't really have any time to acquiesce before this little climb, so on several occasions he crashes back into me. A decidedly unpleasant experience, but it's fine. I help him back up each time. I've dealt with worse. And at last, we ascend through the hole in the floor of Tartarus, hauling ourselves up into the abandoned old store of peeling red and faded black. The other kids are still up here. They stare at us in alarm, at the three of us looking exhausted, a new strange and naked man amongst them. Curly steps forward and puts her hand on Bryce's shoulder. "Bryce," she says quietly concerned. "Where are the others, Jackson and Emma Ray?" And Bryce can take it no longer. He breaks. He doubles suddenly over as his body is racked with sobs. He can hardly get the words out as he falls against the nearest wall and collapses to the floor, face in his hands. "It's my fault," he manages through wheezes and gasps. "It's all my fault." "Come on," I urge, gently but firmly as I step between them to unlock the door. "Everyone out," I point to the newcomer. "You too, Darren. There's an open-clothes store just across from here. Go grab a shirt and some pants." I watch as the group helps Bryce up and they stumble out into the mall and I shake my head. Teenagers. Thanks to Bryce, two of his friends now lie below. But then, it isn't Bryce's fault. Not really. It's mine. I am a guardian of Tartarus and the instructions are clear. The responsibility belongs to me, even if you might to an extent disagree. I take full blame for this. But hell, you know what? I think my estimation of this particular age group might actually have gone up a little this evening. What those two did down there for their friend, what Emma Ray and Jackson did to try and save Bryce, well, it was noble, admirable if nothing else. I rub a hand across my face. I'm feeling my age tonight. I watch as the teenagers settle onto a nearby bench and doing their best to console Bryce and to work out what had happened. And I watch as Darren stumbled his way towards the closed store. I turn and regard the room. When I first had stepped foot into the Tartarus store, 5 long years ago, I had counted 21 mannequins in total. 16 had been marked with names and initials. The other 5 were blank. The storeroom was also full of them. Well, the storeroom these days looks like it houses the same amount. But the number of mannequins all around me stacked and clustered against the walls and the counter, it has risen considerably since then. There must be at least 60 in here now. It's a wonder that there's any space for them. The world around me is quiet as I consider this. I can hear the distant murmur of the kids beyond the door, but overall the sound is low. There's no faint and distant orchestra here. It's nice, calming, clear, and refreshing, like drinking cool water after a long and beverage-free drive in the sun. I lick my lips. There's something else that I could do with. Some water. I'll grab some in a minute, but first, I walk to the counter and I pick up the marker uncapping it. On the closest section of the red wallpaper, on a part that can be easily peeled away, I write, R. Your name has been compromised. You cannot venture down into Tartarus from here on out. Typhon knows. I head next to a pair of mannequins leaning against each other in the middle of the floor, a male and a female. On the blank canvas of the male's face, I write the following with a sigh. Jackson M. and on the females I write Emma Ray, M. I'm sorry, guys, I mutter. I hope somebody will find you again someday. It might even be myself. And finally, before departing for the night, I head over to the mannequin closest to the door, the one that I first saw on my way in, marked Darren R. I cross out the name and initial with 2 black lines, marking an X shape over the mannequin's face. I cap the pen and I return it to the countertop, glancing at the bottle of bleach and the rag as I do so. Once Rex sees that this soul has been saved, he'll use these things to wipe the mannequin's face back to blank. I hope this goes a little way towards alleviating your burden, man, I mutter, before clenching and unclenching the fingers on my bad hand, encouraging the blood flow to return. I stride out into the mall. The kids are all teary-eyed. Darren stands awkwardly at the side, wearing ill-fitting clothes and unsure of what to do. Darren, I say, do you know where you are? Do you know your way home? The man nods and mumbles something incomprehensible. You know how long you've been down. He hesitates. I can't say for sure, pal, but your name's been on that mannequin since Easter. I remember the displays that the mall had set up, so you've been gone for about 10 months or more. He stares at me and I nod to him. Hey, best of luck, pal, I'll be seeing you. And he nods once more and wanders away. My approach might seem cold, but I've done this before. He'll be alright, don't worry about him. I turn next to the kids. It's time for you guys to be heading home now too, I say to them gentler than before. But sir, Curly asks me, stepping forwards. What about Jackson and Emma Ray? Oh, you'll see them again someday, I don't know when. It's rough, I know, and I know that none of you are likely to get much sleep tonight. But you need to be heading back home now. I nod to Bryce. And make sure your brother gets that key back. Don't ever tell him that you were down here. Curly nods at me reluctantly and she returns to the group. The group of 5. And I watch them leave. They catch up to Darren and they walk with him, looking after him perhaps. I wait to see if Bryce is going to say something. He turns back to me on his way out just once, washed with the others in the purple light through the sky windows, but he remains silent. And after they left my field of vision, I return to Tartarus, and I lock up the front door with a click and I slide the key into my pocket. I haul down the metal sheet with a rattle and I walk back to my car, slumping down with a great, slow sigh. I reach down for my coffee and I take a sip. It's cold now, of course. And so that's that. Lots of open threads, unfortunately, here at my little story's end. Sorry about that. C'est la vie. But I'm still doing my job here in the mall, and I'm trying to do it a little bit better too. Or am I? Jesus. On the whole, yes, I am more vigilant. I'm far more cautious, and nobody's been let in. And nobody's been let out. That being said, however, I have an occasional guest these days. A guest who comes by sometimes during my shifts. It's Bryce, of course. He comes alone and he sits nearby on another one of the massage chairs. I try to shoo him away at first, but you know what he's like. He's a stubborn kid. So I let him sit with me on the condition that he doesn't bother me. Oh, he's suffering, the poor guy. Can't blame him. He's guilt-racked, nightmares and the like. He's wanting to go back down, you know. Back down into Tartarus. But I haven't allowed it. Bryce wants me to open the door and allow him to return to try and save his friends, but it's like he feels that's his responsibility. I take the fact that he's actually asking me as a sign that he's truly returned Rex's key. That Rex is being more careful with it. Or maybe that Bryce has developed some sort of begrudging respect for me. Perhaps it's both. But Typhon will be growing impatient by now. I know that he's desperate for Rex to return, to welcome my colleague back and to throw open his arms to make the man an offer. An offer to beat the one made by our mysterious employers all those years ago. I shift in my seat. When Typhon's in a bad mood, he can be very unpleasant. Very damned unpleasant indeed. And I don't know what he would do to Bryce if he thought that he could use the boy to lure Rex back down. He was careless before. He was willing to let the abominations consume him. He was arrogant. I thought that Rex would come back down regardless. But Rex has done well. He's held out from his obsession. He stepped up his game as well, perhaps. I haven't asked Bryce if the guy's still drinking. A part of me doesn't want to know. I suspect that he probably is to some degree, though hopefully he's at least cut back. Typhon won't make the same mistake, and so I cannot allow Bryce back down as badly as he wants to go. Oh, credit to the kid, he isn't whiny about it. He doesn't pout or beg. He just nods and settles back into his seat, staring bleary-eyed at the door to Tartarus. Sometimes he drifts off. Through the sky window, the clouds roll gently across the moon and the mall is bathed in shades of gently but ever-changing purple. Indigo to violet to lilac and back. The music comes crisp and clear through my headphones. Jolene again. Bryce had tossed this pair to me one night, still in their box, brand new. "Oh, they're not for me," he had said. "Avery bought them for you. They're the latest model of the shit ones that you're using now. And damn, they sure are nice. More comfortable too. Maybe kids aren't so bad. Frustrating, sure, irritating and anxious and stubborn and emotional. But hell, it don't mean they ain't good people at heart. Indigo to violet to lilac and back. The world turns. And Tartarus turns beneath.